Hi, good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
Hello, everybody. Good morning, good morning, good morning. And we are live. Welcome, welcome, welcome to conference day 2. Please confirm you can hear me.
Good morning. I can hear you.
Yay. Welcome, everybody. I hope we all slept well. I'm sure we all did. All right. So today is day 2. And hopefully we'll be out of your faces, soon. We won't have to stay till late night like yesterday, but it was good because for the people who stayed up, it showed our commitment to our own growth. It showed our commitment to things that are uncomfortable. It's not easy. It's easier to attend a meeting that is comfortable, but when it isn't and it pushes us, then and we're still there, then it shows that we are committed to the process, even when it is uncomfortable. Okay, so it is Workers' Day. Before I start, I'd like to say a very big thank you to all of the workers, everyone who makes the dream come true. Everybody talks about entrepreneurs. Yes, they are. They are very important because everybody cannot be an employee, right? But everybody can also not be an entrepreneur. Everybody just has to find their place where they would do well the most part time and then be the best in that space. So we thank the entrepreneurs for giving us the opportunity to work, to be there, to be useful. But we also thank all the workers, all the employees, all the personnel, everybody, the people who make the dream come through, the people who make the dream works. Okay. Thank you to all of our workers. I'd like to celebrate you today. Please celebrate yourself, celebrate yourself. It's not easy. All of the hard work, all of the sacrifice, all of the times you have to stand up from the bed even when it isn't convenient. All of the times you have to leave off other important meetings, commitments to still show up at work, to do something out of the ordinary. We say thank you. Today is for you all over the world. It is the International Workers' Day. All right, so today I'll be talking about the unashamed workman. But before I come up, I'd like to call our technical team to please play my profile. Some people accused me of not playing my profile yesterday. All right, please let my profile roll. Thank you.
Audrey Daniel is a lover of God who believes that everyone has a mandate to manifest Elohim in their place of posting or primary assignment. An accountant turned human resource professional, Audrey has years of experience in financial audit, management accounting, and business management. Though she excelled at it, her concern for how young people, especially children of the light, struggle in their career life culminated into a burden which thus thrust her into the world of human resources with a flair for learning and development. Audrey is a business executive, teacher, trainer, faculty member, subject matter expert, and most of all, coach to many young people on how to not just gain entrance into the workforce and excel there, but how to rise as captains in Yeshua's army, battle ready for both covert and overt marketplace operations. Audrey serves in the team responsible for the setting of standards for the practice and international certification examinations at the Human Resources Certification Institute in Virginia, USA. Audrey has 3 masters in industrial relations, international human resources, and business administration. She also holds a senior professional in human resources international and global professional in human resources certifications. She is also a certified member of Project Management Institute. She is married and blessed with many nations.
Thank you. All right, so today I'll be talking about heads versus tail, heads versus tail. Quickly, I would like to run that up. Trailblazers are heads, you know. For those of us who are people of faith, like I am, gladly, not proudly, but gladly. The Bible says we are the head, not the tail. There's something about the head, and that's why the people who realize who they are as heads excel and are trailblazers compared to those who just follow. Now, those who realize that they have been made the head divinely, not by any making of theirs, but divinely, you have been made the head, not the tail. Those are the people who get to blaze the trail. Those are the people who get to chart new causes. Those are the people who are the non-conformists. The non-conformists, all of this happens because people realize that they are the head and not the tail. What does it mean to be the head? Just think about it. What does it mean to be the head and not the tail? That's how I read, you know. What does it mean to be the head and not the tail? The head is above. The tail just wags along. The head contains the functions that have to think, that have to see, that have to perceive, that have to speak. That's why you have the brain, the eyes, the nose, the mouth, the ears. Where? The head. And the Bible says we are what? This, not the tail. The tail just, wherever the head face, you know, in local parlance, we say where belly face. Anywhere the head decides to go, that's where the body goes and the tail wags along. So as career people, as believers, as whatever it is that we are in our world, because we do have entrepreneurs here, whatever role we play, whatever role we do, we should remember this. Always have it in mind. I am the head, not the tail. As a trailblazer, I think, I see, I should perceive, and I must speak. I should hear. That means it doesn't matter what everybody is doing. It doesn't mean that I wouldn't do it just because everybody's not doing it. No, but I will think first. Does this align with my values? Does this align with the future God has for me? Does this align with where I'm headed? I would consider it first. Why? Because I'm the head. I think I'm not the tail. I don't wag along whatever is trending, whatever is expected, whatever people say. I would have to think first before I get to do whatever exam, even as it pertains to career, whatever it is, I would have to think first. And so as people who are trailblazers, we must remember that we are the head. We must think, we must consider the options. That's why the brain is there. We must consider the options, evaluate them, be sure that this is what takes us to where we are headed. Then we must see. We must be able to see ahead. Do not just live for the moment. Don't just live for today. Don't just live based on what you want to achieve today to make you feel good today. Decisions, lifestyle, the way we work must. I'm saying it because it's a must. It must be because we have seen a future. We have seen the direction God is taking us. We have seen whatever it is that is ahead, not just where I am. So I shouldn't just see based on where I am now. I should see ahead. And so I'm making considerations, making decisions, doing the things that I am doing or not doing because I am seeing what I am seeing ahead. I should perceive. I should be able to perceive. I should be able, as the head, not the tail. The tail just follows. I shouldn't just be able to just follow. I should be able to perceive, to tell if something is smells nice, if something is a good opportunity, I should be able to. Is this something I should indulge in? Is this something I should be involved in? Is this even someone I should be involved in? Is this a circle that I want to associate with? Does this lead me where I'm going? This is the aura of this thing. Is it nice or it's not? Is it pleasant or it's not? Does it smell good or it's not? Even the aura that I give, do I smell good? Do I smell nice? Or it is offensive? I should be able to do that. Also, I should be able to speak as the head. My mouth should not be quiet about my life, about my future. I should be able to say, this is where I'm headed. And then I begin to speak my way there and not follow what everybody is saying. I must be able to let my own brain do my own thinking and analysis, align with my spirit, and then speak. So the head contains the mouth, and the mouth is involved with speaking. The mouth speaks to cancel negativity. The mouth speaks to affirm positivity. The mouth speaks to say we're headed this way. There are times when I don't know if it happens to you, it does happen to me a lot. There are times when my head and my heart are not in sync. You know, the head is saying one thing, the heart is saying another. And I really want to follow one. I use the power of my mouth to tell my body, this is where we're headed. So I give the direction. The head is saying one thing, the heart is saying one thing. We're like, do we go here? Do we go here? The direction the mouth goes is what confirms what else we are doing. So we are going left, we are going right. No, let's go left. No, and then I say, we are going right. We are going left, Ojari. And the entire body just follows. Why? Because now two functions align. And that's why it's easier when the head and the heart align. But it doesn't always happen if we want to be realistic. Sometimes it wouldn't. So we should also hear. We should hear, like an antenna. We should be able to perceive what is happening around us. Don't be in an environment and we're not aware of our environment. We're not aware what's happening in our workplace. We're not aware what's happening in the world. We should be aware of what's going on around us. We should be able to hear. I'm not just talking physically. I'm saying we should be able to perceive our environment, to hear what is going on, what's the direction, what's the focus, what's the future, what's being said, what's going on. So I may not necessarily agree, but I should know so that I know if I'm making a correction, I know if I'm aligning, I know what the temperature of the place is or the people. What are they feeling? So I don't come off as insensitive, or I don't also lose out on opportunity because there's something that is obvious to the eyes, it's obvious to the ears, but I'm just lost in my own world. So as the head, we should be able to be thinkers as career people, as believers, as family people. We should be able to hear, we should be able to see, we should be able to perceive, we should be able to speak, and we should be able to do what? To think. So think for yourself. Do not follow what everybody does. Consider the options. Consider how important it is to your future, to where you're headed, and then act. All right. Also, I'd like to talk about the unashamed workman. The unashamed workman is something I got from the Bible. It said, study to show yourself approved, a workman that needs not to be ashamed. Yes, it's talking about scripture, but I also use that for myself. And that's the reason why I get to get involved in all the study that I do. It's not because I just want it for bragging right. No, I want to be the workman that does not need to be ashamed. I want to be that workman, just as the Bible said, that does not need to be ashamed. Why? Because I can rightly divide. So in my workplace, in my function, and the things that I do, I should be able to. I mean, you saw my profile. I do not have, yes, I was in the same faculty. You know, I didn't, some people left faculty totally. I'm still in the same faculty. So yes, certain things that we did in school for accountant and business administration was the same. But for the large part of it, it wasn't. So when I was moving from accounting, my my move wasn't even because, I mean, naturally people move from other courses to accounting, and then my moving out of accounting for a lot of people was not a smart move. But I wasn't just making a smart move, I was making a God move. It was ordained by God that I moved. Yes, accounting is important to what I was doing and still am doing, but the his focus for me was tilting from just knowing the numbers to building the people, to helping the people becoming more. And every day, when people get to tell me you should charge for this, and I'm like, nah. Because I'm already getting paid. I can't explain that. I honestly can't. I'm still getting paid. Yeshua pays me. Trust me, he does. Yes. So I get to help people discover potentials that they do not even know exist in them, and it is a joy. It thrills me to see people who previously thought they didn't know much, or they couldn't do much, they didn't have much to offer, or who thought everything they could do was tied to what they studied in school, and then see them being able to do all of this. It thrills my heart. I don't know how to say it again. It's so much rewarding, and it is fulfilling to see all of these young people, become all that God has in store for them. And this is just the beginning. I mean, they still have so many years ahead. And I'm just believing that as the years go, they will be way, 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 way better. I know that I said yesterday that I had my dad as an early mentor for me, even if I didn't know then that he was. But his experience helped me, because I would always go to him for decisions. I mean, even if I don't go, he's going to bring himself to ask what's happening with this, what's up with that, what are you doing here, what are you doing there? And then he always advises. And I didn't see that as coaching and mentoring, but it was because he helped me stand out at work without knowing that I was even standing out, So yes, I did have that. And a lot of people who made the mistakes that they made it ignorantly. They didn't know, So that's the reason why I do get to show people, and I hope people are listening. A lot of people do not get to value something when it is free. And I do advise those in my community, you shouldn't, take something down because it is free, because you do breathe air and it is free. It doesn't mean it's not valuable. If you dare say that it is not valuable, try and take off oxygen. You will know how far. All right. So the workman that needs not to be ashamed is the workman that is rightly dividing. And I was explaining why I had to go into all of the learning, studies, certification that I went into. I was moving from a field that I had confidence, experience, and competence, all of it, which was accounting for me. And I was moving from accounting to human resources. I had to do all of those studies. I joined groups. I had to be a part of the community where HR discussions are going on every day. So I'm hearing this and hearing that. As I'm studying, doing certifications, they're talking about things that I'm not implementing yet. I'm implementing immediately. I'm putting into practice, or I'm making changes, because certifications that I have are the international ones. So a lot of the things that they do, everywhere else, some of the things we aren't adopting yet, in this part of the world yet, but I know we will. That's why we're here, to make the change. So I'm adapting those things, in my workplace, making sure that those things begin to happen. Why? Because that is the international standard. That is the best practice for this time. So it wasn't important whether my environment was picking it up or not. If it was best practice internationally, we're taking it up, whether we're in Nigeria or not. Why was I able to do that? Because I put in the effort to know the things that I need to know, which is part of the encouragement I want to be giving to us today. We should be able to belong to associations, belong to institutes, belong to bodies that are committed to a particular field. So you should be able to do that. I encourage everybody to do that. I'll look for the list. I'll look for the list and post on the group for those of us on the WhatsApp group. You should be able to belong to that. Now, even if you say, yeah, I have 30-something years experience, I'm this, I'm that, then you should, that's even more reason why you should belong to these bodies. Why? You have expertise that you shouldn't go to the grave with. you should be able to pass on to others. I encourage you to pass it on to others, to get others who you are teaching the things that you know, who you are giving the exposure, you know, the people who are benefiting from your network. Not just you knowing and you doing well. You should be able to get to the point where you're getting to build up others, build people to be more than they currently are, to gain capacity based on your connection, your experience, the things that you know, and the things that you are able to do. That is where you feel like, I don't need these bodies. But I do encourage us, for most of us, young people belong to bodies, to groups, to associations where discussion is going on based on your area of focus. So you will grow, you will know when things are coming up, you know when the world is changing, you know where you know when it is time to move. And trust me, it is best to know ahead of time. It is best to know ahead of time, which was why we covered tech yesterday. It is best to know ahead of time what is going on. It is best to know ahead of time the direction this field or this career is going to move in the next 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. Trust me, it's not going to be so long a time. In fact, for some of the things we're talking about, they're already happening in certain fields. It's just not maybe in your organization yet. You aren't seeing it yet. It's best to know this before time so that you have learned everything you need to learn. You are ready for the change. So when the change comes, you are the change, not fighting the change, or you're not needing to be convinced that it is good. In fact, you're the one that is introducing the change to your organization. And when you are the one that is doing this, you increase in value. All right. So you should do that. Also learn everything you need to learn. Get feedback from those that are ahead of you. Get mentorship. We talked about mentorship yesterday. Get people who would help you, who are ahead of you, who have used the road, who can tell you, slow down, there's a bad spots, there's pothole, or full speed ahead, this part of the journey is smooth. When you get to the tall tree or the tree, mango tree, take a left turn. When you get to the T-junction, head straight, don't go left, don't go right. Even if the straight looks rough, still go ahead. That is the road that will lead you to where you are headed. And with these few points of mine, I hope I've been able to convince you and not bore you to be the workman that needed not to be ashamed. And the reason why you wouldn't be ashamed is because you can rightly divide. You understand your field, you understand what is going on now, you understand where it is headed in the future, you are able to navigate your way around and also be useful to other, to the business as a whole. Do not just be a HR person and this is where Belefe is, you know. Do not just be I am a salesperson and that's my duty. Do not just be I'm an accountant and that's it. No. Be useful to your organization, be useful to the business, be useful to those around you. In HR, those people are now called business partners. Business partners are people who are not just able to do the HR work or able to do just one function. They are able to be useful in other functions. So organization-wise or enterprise-wise, you're useful, you're bringing in a lot of value, supporting the business, not just in your function, but in other functional areas of the business. And you are becoming a key factor, a key player in the organization. Thank you very much. I hope that that has been extensive and not enough. I'd like to call on the next speaker. If we can play her profile, please. Thank you.
Esther Atani currently serves as the executive assistant and HR personnel at a leading fashion brand. Her professional experience has seen her occupy various roles in digital marketing, hospitality, and the non-profit sector. She is a research enthusiast who is passionate about psychology, expounding the intricacies of the human personality and behavior to enhance mental well-being and overall productivity. When she is not working, she enjoys reading, sketching, or watching cooking shows.
Hello, everyone. Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, okay. Okay, good morning. Thank you so much. The video was so beautiful. Blessed morning, everyone. Happy Workers' Day. Hope we're all doing great. I hope we're all doing fine. Like the video introduced, my name is Esther Atani, and it is such a pleasure to be here with us this morning. I will start by saying a very big thank you to Miss Audrey for the opportunity. Thank you so much. Thank you for creating a platform where young career professionals or people who are just starting out in career can get the mentorship that they need so that they can be valuable and they can represent the Lord in the workplace. So the Lord bless you so much. Thank you so much, ma'am. So while I was listening to you talking about the workman that doesn't need to be ashamed, I smiled. And I smiled because I think a couple of weeks ago myself, the Lord brought that particular scripture to me in a very personal way. And so hearing you mention it sort of sounded like a confirmation that yes, what we are doing this morning is for his glory. He is with us, and it may not look like it, but he is doing something amazing in the next generation of people who are in the favor market. Okay, so I'm wondering if it's going to be possible to share my screen.
Yes, it is. The technical guys will enable that now.
Okay,
Try to keep it on already.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, so by the grace of God, we are talking about the God factor this morning. And if we're talking about the God factor this morning, it is only right that we start with a prayer. I believe it's only right that we actually start with a prayer. And so, Father, we thank you. We thank you for the gift of a new day. We thank you for the opportunity to learn from you. We thank you for truth. We thank you for access to information. We thank you for the ability, for the right information to change and transform our lives. Holy Spirit of God, we invite you this morning. Beyond us collecting knowledge and collecting information, we ask that you would shine light on everything that is shared, that I may step aside this morning and that you may step in, that you would shine light on every darkness, that you would take the truth and you would break it into a million pieces, into our individual languages, that we will begin to implement it in the places you have planted us for your glory and for your praise in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen, amen, amen. So when I saw this topic, the God factor, I was like, whoa, where do you start from? How do you begin to break down something called the God factor? I mean, one of the names of God is that he is, unsearchable and unknowable. So how do you even begin to break it down? But I really trust that, the Holy Spirit is going to help us this morning. So since we are talking about the God factor, and since we are kingdom career people, it will not be strange if we hear things from scripture, if we hear scriptural references, because the truth is that even business secrets that we know today and career secrets that we know today, most, if not all of them, actually have their root or are inspired by scripture. So, but by the grace of God, we'll be doing a couple of things today in the time that I have been given. Thank you so much, Ma, once again. We will just be focusing on 3 things. Since the topic is quite broad, the God factor, we will just focus on 3 things. So the first thing that we will do this morning is to set a sort of background for the God factor, what exactly it means, how does it become more than a concept, and it's something we actually begin to implement or we live out. The second thing that we're going to be doing today is dealing with foundation, or knowing your foundation. And it may not look like it, but follow the Holy Spirit and follow me. It's going to make sense. The journey is going to make sense. Trust the process. And the third thing that by the grace of God we'll be looking at this morning is defining your motivation. So these 3 are the focal points that we will be touching on this morning. So the first thing is laying the background. And so the first is actually defining what the God factor actually means. So the God factor is the element and the extent of our dependence on God. And I say it is the element and the extent because people depend on God to different levels or to different extents. So the fact that, yes, there is a God factor, some people depend on the Lord 100%, some people depend on him 50%, some bring him in at the end of the process, some depend on him maybe for about 20% of their lives. So that's why the God factor for this context for us is the element and the extent of our dependence on God. How much of a part is God playing in my career? How much of a part is he playing in the life that I live? So, and another thing or another perspective about the God factor is the introduction of the divine into the natural, into the things that happen around us, the normal things that happen around us, depending on him to do the part that we cannot. So I'm reminded of, Peter in the Bible, where Jesus had just come from a place of quiet time and, he was in the boat and the disciples saw him, he was coming back from the place of quiet time, right? So the disciples saw him and they thought it was a ghost. And so they were afraid. And then he says to them, don't be afraid, it's me. And then Peter says to him, if it's really you, tell me to come on the water and walk to you. And then Jesus says, come, right? And the water is a natural phenomenon. It's something created by God. It's not necessarily supernatural in that sense. We can see it, we can touch it, we can handle it, it's tangible. But what Peter wanted to do is what is literally impossible in the natural realm. So there had to be the introduction of God to make Peter actually walk on water, because there is a natural law called the law of gravity that tells him that once he steps his foot on the water, because it is not solid, he's going to sink. And so he says to Jesus, if it's really you, ask me to come. And then he starts walking. And I'm sure we know how the story goes. He walks until he begins to pay attention to the waves, and then he starts to sink. So the story of Peter is just a beautiful explanation of these 2 parts of the God factor, the element and the extent of our dependence on God. When Peter started the journey of walking on water, we could say he was 100% dependent on God, on Jesus, whom he could see. But as he began to pay attention to the waves, the extent of his dependence on the divine began to drop. And of course, the natural result was that he began to sink. So what this does for us as career people is that it makes us begin to think. The God factor is not a concept. It is supposed to be the lives that we live. Is God present in our careers? Is he present at the beginning of the journey? Is he present in the decisions that we're making? Miss Audrey shared about how she was able to pivot from a particular field based on the God factor, based on pursuing his will. So her decision to shift from accounting into HR wasn't just a natural, logical decision. There was the element of a dependence on God trusting him to help her make that move seamlessly. Okay. So, I mean, we've talked about the God factor. What exactly is a factor? And the definition of a factor, according to the dictionary, is that it is one of the elements, the circumstances, and the influences that contributes to producing a particular result. In other words, if this factor is there, this will happen. Let's take a bottle of water, for instance, a normal bottle of water at room temperature. If you introduce the factor of a refrigerator, a result is going to happen. And the result is that that bottle of water that was once at room temperature becomes either cool, cold, or frozen. If you remove the factor of a refrigerator and put in the factor of a pot on an oven top or a gas top, and you bring that same bottle of water into that pot, something is going to happen. That water will no longer be at room temperature or cold or frozen. It will begin to boil because different factors were introduced. And because they were introduced, they produced different results. So what this means for us is that introducing the factor of God into our career is going to produce a particular result. A particular result. So the first words of the Bible, Genesis chapter 1, verse 1, which I'm sure we are familiar with. It says that in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. What does this scripture tell us? It tells us that at the very beginning of creation, of the tangible that we see today, the God factor was there. And because the God factor was there, the result was that heaven and earth was created. Take away the God factor, there's no heaven, there's no earth, there's no me, there's no you, there's no career, there's nothing. So if God is so important that he had to be introduced at the beginning of heaven and earth, or the creation of heaven and earth, at the beginning of life as we know it, it is only wisdom for me to introduce him at the beginning of my career journey. It's only wisdom. And another point to note is that we can feel the earth, right? Wherever we are, we can feel the ground. We can feel if it's tiles or a carpet or a rug, we can feel it. How come it is still standing? We came and we met this earth. If we pass away from this natural realm, maybe into heaven, the earth is going to keep standing because God was there at the beginning. So another point to note is that the key to building something that will last, is having God, the master builder, be an integral part of it, be at the beginning of it. That is the key to building something that will last. I talked about how certain principles from scripture are being used today to teach people business secrets, to teach people, all sorts of things. These are truths that have stood the test of time. It's just like the law of gravity. It applies to a man in China. It applies to a lady in Hong Kong. It applies to a boy in India, in America, wherever it is. It's a universal truth. Everything that goes up must come down. That's the same way the principles of the Bible are. It is the living word. So take it anywhere. Business moguls and career moguls, they will, if they are being honest, they will tell you that most wisdom, if not all the wisdom, positive wisdom, comes from the Bible, comes from God. So if we have seen that the world itself is standing because God is involved, the key to building a career that will last, the key to building lasting relevance, wherever we find ourselves, whether we are entrepreneurs or we're career people, is having God at the beginning. The Bible says in the beginning, God. because he was there, something happened. Because I place him or his desires at the beginning of my career, something is bound to happen. Something is bound to happen. So we're going to the next focal point for today, which is knowing your foundation. And I mean, we have sort of covered that in the last thing we just talked about, which is laying a background of the God factor. And the truth is that the success or the staying power of anything is determined by the foundation that is laid. Even using buildings as an example, the buildings that are still standing today are standing because of the strength of the foundation. Because it was started right and continued right, it will keep standing right. So, what does this mean for us as career people, or as entrepreneurs, or as people who are still navigating a career path, who are trying to get into a new industry? What does it mean? It means that we must lay a proper foundation for our career. And a proper foundation, like Ms. Audrey shared, part of it is getting the right education and getting the right information. But the right information and the right education will only profit us if we have settled the foundation of discovering who we are and our identity in Christ. So, you know, I joined in when she was talking about how she pivoted from accounting, even though she still uses accounting, into HR. And the reason she pivoted was because it was integral to her assignments that God gave to her. It was integral to what God wants her to do here on the earth. So the career she is building now, because it has the foundation of purpose and identity, it will last. Anything we do with a faulty foundation, it's only a matter of time that it will crumble. No matter how nice we paint a structure, I always like using the instance of, okay, say I want a 15-story building, for instance, and I only lay a foundation that can carry, let's say, a 5-story building. It doesn't matter how much I spend on the actual building. It's a matter of time. The 15 stories will sink or collapse. It will fall. It will fall because I didn't lay the groundwork. I didn't dig deep enough. I didn't, consider where I was going and so start the journey right. I didn't lay the right background. I didn't lay the right foundation. And so no matter how beautifully I paint the structure, no matter how much I spend on the adornments, maybe I make balconies of pure gold, and the walls are made of marble, and I use the most expensive materials. What will happen after a couple of years will be that it will be the most expensive building collapse that has ever happened. That's what will happen because I didn't do the groundwork. So our lives are supposed to flow out of a revelation of who we are and whose we are, because this will guide our convictions. This will guide certain key decisions that we'll be making in career. This will guide even our motivations, why we do what we do. If my foundation for pursuing a career, for instance, in medicine, is because doctors are well paid. Let's use that. Doctors are well paid. And so because of that, I say, I'm going to pursue a career in medicine. This is what is going to happen. After a couple of either months or years, I will start experiencing burnout because something in me is rejecting the place that I have put it. Because I am not aligned with who I really am. I am not aligning with my true purpose. I will not, the career will be a burden to me. I will say, oh my God, do I have to do this again? Do I have to go to the hospital again? Do I have to, stand for 10 hours or for 14 hours again? Do I have to? That's why we see people in certain careers and they don't look happy. That's a of the reasons why they are probably not as happy as they should be. We've probably come in contact with nurses that are not very nice, their bedside manner is poor. We've come in contact with nurses who maybe they left us with a very bad taste in our mouths because of their interaction with us. I have also dealt with nurses who are just angels. And it's so clear that they love what they do. If you see someone who loves what they are doing, it will show. Their work will be passionate. It will not just be work. Anything they do, they will do it with a smile because they genuinely love what they do. They are working in alignment with who they are. They are working in alignment with their foundation. It flows naturally. It doesn't feel like work. They thrive when others are getting tired. This doesn't mean that there won't be the normal pressures and all of that, but it's easier for someone to rise above pressure when he or she doesn't see their career as a burden or their business as a burden. So knowing our foundation for us, it means going back to ask the Lord. And the beautiful thing about God is that it's never too late to involve him. Never, because there's mercy. So long as we are alive, there is mercy. So it would behoove us, if there is a part of our lives that we're not feeling satisfied with, to go back and ask certain questions. Father, who am I? What have you created me to do? What is my purpose here on earth? What is the name that you have given to me? Because our lives are supposed to be the first product that we sell, that people come in contact with. And as they interact with us, then they watch us doing our jobs. It's easy for them to see the authenticity in us and they become attracted to us because we are living true to who we are. We are living true to who we are. So it's out of a revelation of whose we are and who we are that our lives should flow. Not out of this is the best paying career, this is the best paying this. If we want to avoid burnout, if we want to avoid depression, if we want to avoid certain things, the best thing is to take the time to sit with God and know our foundation and know exactly who we are and what we have been called, to do. So a case study is Daniel. We know the story of Daniel and this particular scripture where it says that Daniel determined in his heart that he was not going to contaminate himself with the food and the wine from the royalty. So basically, he asked the chief official to exclude him from the royal diet. So when I was reading this particular story, and I know that Daniel is usually quoted when it comes to kingdom, and career and things like that. We always like to use the example of Daniel a lot, but there's a reason for that. There's a very, very good reason. So when I was reading this particular scripture in the Passion Translation, this was one of the explanations that was given, that Daniel rejected the food because Assyrian or Babylonian food is ritually unclean. Ritually unclean means, number one, they probably eat certain animals that God had prohibited the children of Israel to eat. Animals like, let's say, pork, they weren't supposed to eat pork. They weren't supposed to eat things like snakes, things that crawl on the belly. The Lord gave laws to Moses, telling the children of Israel the kind of foods they could eat and the kind of animals they couldn't eat and all of that. So Daniel made that decision because Babylonian food was ritually unclean. It was containing prohibited animals. It was likely, sacrificed to idols. And so because of that, he decided he wasn't going to contaminate himself. But it was just beyond refusing food. Daniel was refusing to identify himself with Babylon. Because the Bible says that when they got into Babylon, it's not just food they were giving Babylonian names. So when Daniel was rejecting the food from the king's table, he wasn't just rejecting the food, he was rejecting the identity of Babylon, because he knew who he was and he knew whose he was. That's why knowing who we are is so important. We are able to walk in true integrity and actually stand out because we are making this decision based on an understanding of who we are. And so Daniel didn't care whether it was royal diet, whether this is what the king is eating or this is not what the king is eating. He understood that the kingdom he was coming from was greater than Babylon's kingdom. And so he didn't have to contaminate himself with what Babylon was doing. He refused to identify with Babylon. Are we faced with decisions that would tempt us to forget whose we are, or who we belong to, or the kingdom we come from? Am I entering into a career with the foundation of, I just want to make money? I'm tired of everything that has happened to me, and I just need to make a change. Am I starting this business simply because I want to make money? What is the foundation of my career journey? What is the foundation of my business? What is the foundation of the endeavor I am going into? What? How am I starting? And who am I starting it with? You know, so these are just questions that we should think about, especially now that the Lord is looking for men who would represent him in the workplace. Because Daniel wasn't just a believer in that sense. He was also an excellent workman. Excellent. But it started, the story of Daniel started with a single decision. He refused to be identified with Babylon. And that's where the Bible now says God caused him to have favor. Then God blessed him with wisdom. So it started from a foundation of him saying, I belong to God. And because I belong to God, I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do that. And then the Lord rewarded that with certain benefits and certain gifts. So I think this is, okay, so I think this is better, yeah. Defining your motivation, knowing your why. So this is the last focal points that will be on today. Sorry, I hope I'm not exceeding my time, but this is the last focal point to be, on today, which is defining your motivation, knowing your why. And the truth is that every decision that we make is influenced by motivation. We decided to come for this conference, so we decided to show up here influenced by something. We didn't just wander in here randomly or without intention. Something influenced it. I decide to work out, for instance, because I want to be healthy. I decide to stop eating certain foods because I want to either work on my physique, or I want to be healthier, or I want to look a certain way. The choices that we make in life is influenced by the motivations that drive us. The case study we just looked at said that, or showed us that Daniel made a choice based on a motivation. And because he made that choice, there were certain results that came after. So, okay, sorry, I didn't get that. Okay. Okay, but so as I was saying, the decisions and the choices that we make is influenced by a motivation. So the second thing that we should note is that our true value is seen, or will be seen, when we are driven by something bigger than self, something bigger than ourselves. I use the case study of Daniel. We have heard of the story of Joseph. And the Bible says that the Lord was with Joseph with everything that he did. And because of the presence of the Lord, the house of Potiphar was blessed. The truth is that didn't just happen. I'm going to share with us very briefly, in the next section, what led to the Lord blessing everything that Joseph did. The Lord blessed everything that Joseph did because he was driven by God. So if we read that, I think that particular Bible passage is in Genesis chapter 39, verse 3 and 4. It says that when Joseph's master realized that God's presence was with Joseph and caused everything he did to prosper, Joseph found favor with Potiphar. He was quickly promoted to become the overseer of Potiphar's house and was put in charge of all that he had. Now, this is the explanation. There is a book called the Talmud. It's a Jewish book. It's a Jewish set of teachings that helps people practically apply Judaic laws and traditions. Sort of what we're doing now. So imagine someone explaining the Torah in a practical way that you can use it in your business. And this is what it says. It says that the translation of Genesis chapter 39, verse 3 to 4, according to the Talmud, is that Yahweh was continually on Joseph's lips. In other words, Potiphar noted that Joseph did everything as unto God and gave God the glory. So Joseph's motivation for his work was God. Joseph's motivation for doing the work the way he did it was God. He added value because he didn't see himself as working for Potiphar, even though he was a slave, not even an employee, but he saw himself as working for God. And that's what this says, that our true value will only be seen when we are driven by something bigger than self. I will give an example. There is a pastry vendor close to where I work. A pastry vendor, yes. I like pastries. I mean, part of my bio was that I like cooking shoes, so I like things like that. And the first time that I interacted with her, her smile blew me away. And every time I go there consistently, she's smiling. There's no time I've gone to see her that she's not smiling. This is not the only part. The first time I went to get something from her, this was the first time ever. She got me a free drink. I didn't ask for it. I needed something to drink. I needed water. And then she got me a free bottle of water that I didn't pay for. The second time I went to buy something for her, she added something else to my purchase. I didn't ask for it. The third time, she didn't have pastries available. I was like, oh, you don't have pastries available? Ah, wow. And she offered to help me find somewhere else to get what I needed. It's not part of her job, in quotes. Her job is simply to stand where she's standing and display her wares and sell. But I remember her today, till now. I will always remember her because there was something different about her. She wasn't concerned with only selling her wares and making money. She wanted me to smile. Every time I go, she says things like, hello, my beautiful darling, how are you? And she smiles this very big smile. And before you know it, I see myself, even the day that I said I want to buy pastry, just because I know that when I get there, I'm going to get a smile that is free. I buy, I buy from her. Her pastries are nice, but the fact that she gives me something extra, I value her more. I value her more. She is driven. She may not even know it, but she is driven by something bigger than just selling. I just want to sell. She is driven by something bigger. She is driven by making me smile every time I go there. So she says, hello, my beautiful darling. Hello, my beautiful lady. Hello, my beautiful angel. And she just, hypes me up and makes me feel pretty. It doesn't matter how I look. Or I am always my beautiful darling or my beautiful angel. She puts a smile on my face. And so I value her. And that's the thing. Success for us is not really defined by, in fact, the world is changing. Before, the world used to define success by how much you get. But even the world is beginning to recognize that success is defined by how much you give, how much value you give, how much impact you make, how much service you give. The world is even beginning to define success by how much we give, how much we give. So as we go on our career journey, we should be driven or motivated by something bigger than ourselves. We should be driven by giving God the glory. We should be driven by shining a light in that place that we are. Like this pastry vendor, I don't know her name. I don't know her name, but I can't forget her face. I look forward to going to buy something from her every day. I am parting with my money, but I am joyfully parting with my money. You know how we like to hold on to money. When it comes to her, I am joyfully parting with my money. So people should love to come in contact with us. They should love to be around us. And it's beyond, oh, this is my job. Like, Miss Audrey shared, it's not just, oh, I'm a receptionist, oh, I'm a this. I mean, what's the extra thing? Personally, I love reading books. One of my prayer points, this is just me, one of my prayer points every day is, Father, how can I bless my executive today? How can I be a blessing to my executive today? How can I help my executive be better? I am concerned if I feel like I'm not giving value to my executive, because my worth is not determined by how much I collect or how much I am paid. No, that's not my true worth. My worth is not determined by what enters my account by the beginning or the end of the month. No, I am way more valuable than that. So that's the mindset that we have to go into career with. We are successful based on how much value we give and how much impact we're making, you know. And if we've not read this book, I'm sure we might have heard of it. There's this book called The Go-Giver. It's an amazing book. I would really, really, really encourage us to read it. I've read it. I want to start reading it again. When you read this book, you see that it's not necessarily written that these laws are from the Bible, but it's from the Bible. These are principles taken from the Bible. And this is the true definition of success today. Not how much we get, but how much we give. Right? So I've shared about the case study of Joseph, so we may not necessarily go into this anymore. And in conclusion, just to wrap this up, to wrap everything up, we should be present. Wherever we find ourselves, we should be present. And this is what it means to be present. We should be fully engaged, spirit, soul, and body. We shouldn't be in a place and part of us is somewhere else. We shouldn't be in a place and our minds are not there. If our minds are not there, this is what happens. We begin to make mistakes. People just don't feel the light shining from us because we're not all there. Whenever we are in a place, we should show up fully. Be fully present, spirit, soul, and body. Because this is the only way that people can get the best out of us. Our first value is ourselves. That's the first value we have to give, our presence in a place. Something should be lighter. Something should be beautiful. People should see joy. There should be deliverance simply because we're standing at our duty post. The second is to add value as a representative of heaven. And this is based on the scripture in Colossians chapter 3, verse 16. There's a translation that says, whatever you say or do, do as a representative of heaven. You are not simply representing your organization or your business. You represent the maker of heaven and earth. So if I know that I represent the maker of heaven and earth, I show up with that mindset. I do things with that mindset. I give value. In fact, every time I wake up, one of my first prayers is, Father, I'm going to work today. Help me to shine. Help me to solve problems. Help me to add value. I am so concerned with adding value, because if I'm not adding value, if you're not if you're not a solution in a place, you are slowly, if not already, becoming a problem. If I'm not a solution in a place, I am slowly, if not already, becoming a problem. And the last thing to note, there are many other things, but for the sake of today, is to let our work be our worship. Like I shared before, our foundation, our purpose, and our identity is what our lives are supposed to flow out of. Our first assignment is to discover that we are priests and we are kings. Romans chapter 12, from verse 1 to 2. If we read it in the Message translation, this is what it says. It says that we should take our everyday life, our sleeping, eating, walking around life, and place it before God as an offering. In other words, everything we do should be an offering to God. There should be an altar to the Lord in our workplace. By our interaction, people should know that God is in this place. By the way we relate with our subordinates or our contemporaries, our colleagues, or our superiors, people should know how we talk to dispatch riders, how we talk to security men, how we talk to even people that we don't really stand to benefit anything from. We should treat people the way God treats them. We should foster an atmosphere of joy, peace, and righteousness in the Holy Ghost, because we have been placed on earth for the shadow of God to rest. In our workplaces, the shadow of God should rest. You know, the shadow of God should rest. So This brings me to the end of talking about the God factor. I really hope we've learned a lot. Apologies for exceeding my time. I really, really apologize. I tried to keep the time, but I apologize. And thank you so much.
You are welcome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please, everybody, a virtual applause for our beloved speaker, Esther Atani. Thank you so much. I'd like to call on our next speaker, Barrister Izu Ogadilo. You're next. Please let his profile roll. Thank you.
Izuchukwu G. Okpara is the Country Manager, Community and Government Affairs, Schlumberger Nigeria Limited, where he plays a vital role in policy development and implementation, managing all community and government relations across all companies' operations in Nigeria. Prior to joining SLB, he was a managing associate with Allianz Law Firm, managing the firm's Port Harcourt branch, while driving the firm's corporate and commercial transactions department with core proficiency in contracts, dispute resolutions, and international commercial negotiations with robust understanding and experience in varying legal regimes and emerging trends in the oil and gas industry. For 6 years, Izu worked as legal counsel for Nest Oil Group, where he advised and represented a large scope of clients in challenging and varying jurisdictions and industries, including but not limited to petroleum and energy, power, engineering, construction, procurement and commissioning, fabrication and metal works, dredging, reclamation and marine services, ship repairs and dry docking. His dynamism and speed in service delivery, particularly in contracts drafting, administration and management, labor and employment, dispute resolution mechanisms, contract negotiations, regulatory compliance in the relevant industries, and sustainable community development and management have not only enhanced the service efficiency of these clients, but also improved their work deliveries, reduced downtimes, and improved their work relationships with host communities, clients, and government and regulatory bodies. Practice areas include corporate and commercial law, employment and labor law, oil and gas contracting, engineering, construction, risk management, regulatory compliance, alternative dispute resolution.
Hi, good morning, everyone, and thanks for having me here. I want to thank Dr. Audrey and Ms. Atani for your presentations. They are really good. Please confirm you can hear me.
Loud and clear, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. The basic legal responsibilities of employers to their employees. Employment law is critical because in every jurisdiction we have workers and you have their employees. On this platform, I expect that we have both employees and employers, since we are looking at startup businesses here. If we are not already employers, then we are prospective employers. So this presentation would address your responsibilities as employers, as well as address your employees to also know their expectations from you. On this presentation, we'll be looking at these 4 areas: the introduction, employment laws in Nigeria, look at employers' responsibilities, and then we conclude. Law is a very serious issue, so please just bear with my presentation. So, as an introduction, contracts generally are covered under private law. So, what it means is that contracts, in many cases, are what the two parties say it is. So, you and your employer are supposed to have an agreement on what you should do as an employee for the employer, and what the employer should give to you as compensation for the services you are providing. And then the law in any jurisdiction allows both parties to agree on how they want their relationship to be. So this is why it's called the private law. So the law that guides the employer and the employee is what they say is their law. So if you agree that your employer should pay you 10,000 per day, then it becomes the law between you and the employer. If you agree with your employer to serve him 3 hours every day, then that is the law governing you and your employer. So it's a private law. In an organization where you have 10 people, each of those 10 people might have different laws governing their relationships with their employer in the same organization. So you are in a company where one person is HR, you're providing HR services, and then your contract is supposed to work 3 hours a day. And then in the same organization, you have an engineer who works 5 hours a day. In the same organization, we have cleaners who work 7 hours a day, and each of them earn different remunerations from the employers. So what the law is to each of these employers is what the employers to each of the employees is what the employees have agreed separately with their employer. So it's a private law between both of them. So once parties agree on the general terms of their contract, they are bound by the terms of those contracts. So this is why it's important, before you accept any contract, that you critically review the terms of those contracts, because the moment you sign those contracts, you become bound by them. There are exceptions to these general rules. The courts have gone ahead to look at some of these terms of contract to say, no, this is extreme. This is not applicable. But in most cases, whatever we've signed as the terms of your agreement with your employer becomes binding on you and on the employer. So employment contracts can be expressed or implied. Express means that it's written down, it's clearly stated in a contract agreement and signed off. Implied means that even though it is not written, it is expected that parties should adhere to those critical elements. Part of the implied terms of contract are that even though there's no agreement on how your payment should be, but it's implied that at the end of the month, if you are a monthly service provider, monthly employee, at the end of the month, you should receive your salary. It's implied that every day that you have agreed with your employer to work, that you actually do your work. So even though it's not written down, it's implied that you have to do those things. And the same way for your benefits, it's implied, once those benefits are implied, then it's expected that the employer should pay those benefits, whether or not they are clearly stated in any written contract. Even though we've said this, the law provides that certain steps must be in place. One of those steps is that under the Labor Act in Nigeria, that you should have a contract of employment. So the Labor Act requires that your contract of employment should be written. So the contract itself must have the names and addresses of both the employer and the employees. It should have the nature of employment. So the work you're supposed to do as an employee, that agreement should state that work. The agreement should state the duration. So if your contract is a term-bound contract, then the agreement should state the duration of the contract. It should also talk about the termination criteria. So on how do you terminate, on what basis do you terminate, all of those things should be spelled out. Your general benefits, what we call special terms and general terms of contract, should be also contained in that agreement. So this is the position of the law, that even though it's the courts have come to say that whether or not your contract is written down, it is still binding. But the law requires that you should have your contract written down in a document. So I was going to mention earlier, Dr. Audrey and Mr. Tani have earlier talked about foundations. Dr. Audrey talked about foundations in terms of family and parental development for her. Mr. Tani talked about foundations in the God factor. In employment, there are two basic foundations, and those foundations are your contract of employment and the law. So these are critical elements that you must understand. You must understand clearly what your contract says. So this is the only way you get to be in compliance with what the contract says. You also need to understand clearly what the law says. Part of these laws protect your interests. Part of the laws will work against you. So the more you understand these documents and these provisions, the better for you. So the next is types of employees protected under the law. So there are, from a legal perspective, two broad categories of employees in Nigeria. One are workers who are defined by the Labor Act as those who are engaged to perform manual labor. And then the other ones are employees who are not non-manual labor workers. So if you are called to do manual labor, to dig, to cut grasses and all of that, you are a worker in law. And then if you are engaged to perform any other thing aside from this, then you are an employee. So executives, administrative officials, technical professionals, they are all categorized as employees. So the Labor Act is the principal document that regulates the employment of persons in Nigeria. So it prescribes your minimum terms of engagement, scopes, and how it should apply to you as a worker. Terms and conditions of employment of non-workers are primarily supposed to be covered in your employment contract. So the law only provides general terms, what we call minimum expectations. But then beyond those minimum expectations, you should be able to express other terms of your contract in your contract of engagement. So we go to sources of Nigerian law. When we look at labor law in Nigeria, we can say it's overregulated. It's overregulated in the sense that there are several laws. It's difficult even for lawyers to comply with every provision of every law that relates to employment in Nigeria. There are several of them, starting from the Constitution, the Labor Act, which I mentioned earlier. We have the Employees Compensation Act. This was the Workmen's Compensation Act. Like in 2010, it was reviewed to Employees Compensation Act. We have the HIV/AIDS Anti-Discrimination Act, which applies to workers as well. Immigration Act in Nigeria. Industrial Training Fund Act talks about industrial trainings. National Health Insurance Authority, National Housing Fund, Pensions Reforms Act, Trade Dispute Act, Trade Unions Act, National Minimum Wage Act, Amendment Act. So we also have decisions of the Nigerian courts.
I'm sorry, please. Brightness and Davida, please mute your mics. Thank you. Oh yeah, thanks. All right, we can go on. So sorry about that.
All right. So we talked about decisions of the Nigerian courts. So there are certain decisions of courts. Currently, the court that deals with employment is the Nigerian Industrial what's called the Nigerian Industrial Court, which has the power to regulate work-related disputes. So decisions of the court, even though they are not per se laws that are made in any legal document, they also form part of employment regulations in Nigeria. So we have international conventions, treaties, and protocols relating to labor, employment, workplace, industrial relations, and other matters. We have the National Industrial Court, which I mentioned earlier, that regulate the court that has the power to adjudicate on labor-related matters. The Factories Act that talks about how your factories should be safe zones for factories and how factories should generally be set up to reduce accidents and risk. We have the Finance Act talks about the financial administration of the company and the employees. Personal Income Tax Act, which talks about your personal income taxes are deductible. Discrimination Against Persons with Disabilities Prohibition Act, Nigerian Oil and Gas Industry Content Development Act. Guidelines for the release of staff in oil and gas industries, Nigerian Data Protection Regulation Act. Of course, we are aware that recently data protection has become a critical issue, not just in Nigeria, but across the globe, and people are taking this seriously. So in response to that, the Nigerian government has also enacted the Data Protection Act, and the Nigeria Data Protection Act 2023 last year has come into state. Business Facilitation Miscellaneous Provisions Act, it talks about what we call agency. So when you facilitate a business and you are supposed to have benefits from it, it's regulated by the law. So there's also a law for that. So these are generally some of the regulations we have, and these are all at the national level. If we go down to the state levels, there are several regulations, and this is why we say that the employment industry in Nigeria could be seen as overregulated. So it's difficult for any one employer to understand the entire scope of their obligations as employers. Less so for employees to understand and appreciate the entire scope of what they're expected to do or what they're expected to benefit from this employment. So the easiest way out is to always resort to meeting with employment lawyers to put you through some of these things prior to executing any employment contract. So we'll now go to generally employers' responsibilities, the social provisions. In the introduction, I had mentioned that your responsibilities as employers or your expectations as employees should generally be covered in your employment contract. It is essential because in your employment contract, you and your employer can agree to exempt and negate the application of any of these laws. So even if the law has said that you should be paid monthly, and in your contract, you've agreed expressly that you don't want to be paid monthly, you want to be paid quarterly or biannually or annually, it becomes binding on you. So by just the execution of a contract, you have told yourself that you don't want the provisions of the law to apply. For instance, in Nigeria, the tenancy laws in Nigeria require that if you're an annual tenant, you should be given 6 months notice to vacate the apartment. Now, when you sign a contract with your landlord, and then in that contract, both of you agree that you don't need a 6 months notice, that you need a 2 weeks notice to vacate, that becomes binding. And by that application, you've exempted the application of the law. So you can no longer come back to say that you are entitled to 6 months because you've agreed in your contract that only 2 weeks should apply. So the same thing happens in employment contracts. The moment you sign an employment contract, you have relegated the application of the law on that subject. So general responsibility of employers, the Constitution of Nigeria, as amended, prohibits discrimination based on your community, your ethnicity, your gender, place of origin, religion, political opinions, and all of that. So as an employee, you have the right to enforce against your employer if you perceive that you are being discriminated on any of these bases. So this is your right, and your employer is mandated to make sure that
Okay, let's give him a few minutes to connect back, please. I see the network has taken him out. Thank you. Please bear with us. He is coming, still trying to connect back. We know how Nigeria is for now. For now. Somebody say amen now. Amen. Will. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
So
Welcome
sorry.
back.
Yeah, I lost the internet. Okay, so I was talking about employers' responsibility generally, and the last point was on anti-discrimination. this is covered in Nigerian law. So you are not to be discriminated against for any physical disabilities you have. In fact, recently there has been a lot of clamor by persons with disability for inclusion based on their disabilities, because a lot of companies have discriminated against them on the basis of maybe performance, efficiency, and all of that. And these people have formed a group to demand for inclusion on the basis of their disabilities. So it's also your right as an employee and the obligation of your employer to contribute 10% of your monthly emolument as pensions to be paid into your pensions account. The pensions contributory pensions Act in Nigeria requires that a minimum of 10% of your monthly emolument should be contributed by your employer, while you as employee will also contribute 8% of your monthly emoluments. The Nigeria Industrial Court, National Industrial Court of Nigeria Civil Procedure Rules provide for discrimination against sexual harassment, provide for protection from sexual harassment. So no law has expressly described what sexual harassment is, but then in the civil procedure, guide was given as to what constitutes sexual harassment. And then in this case, an employer that becomes aware of sexual harassment in the workplace and does not take any action to address it becomes guilty and is liable for breaching the duty of care owed to that employee. So in the case of AGK Maduka against Microsoft, the refusal by an employee to conclude investigations of the alleged sexual harassment was seen as a refusal to address the issue. And so the employer became liable for acts of sexual harassment against the employee. So as an employer, it's also your responsibility to make sure that you investigate, first to make sure that you prevent, and then when an act of sexual harassment occurs, to investigate adequately and then to take actions to address those issues of sexual harassment. If you don't do that, you become guilty of sexual harassment against that employee. Nigeria has recently ratified the Violence and the Harassment Convention, which among other things seeks to ensure that the workers and their organization and relevant authorities are provided with resources, training, and other tools in accessible formats as appropriate to fight against harassment in the workplace. So this is the effort that Nigeria has taken. So for pregnant women, the Labour Act provides that you are entitled to 6 weeks of leave, of paid leave, for the 6 weeks before your delivery. And then you also have another 6 weeks after your delivery. So for this period, you're entitled to pay. Women who have been employed for a period of 6 months or more, immediately before the maternity leave, shall be entitled to at least 50% of their salaries during the maternity leave period. So if you have not spent up to 6 months in that your work location, then this law may not apply to you. But then it's also expected that your employer should be able to put out some benefits to you for this period. Nursing mothers are entitled to 1 hour a day, that is half hours twice, for the purpose of taking care of their babies. And this is to be done at the workplace. So the company can make arrangements for you to have access to your baby outside your office, or to create opportunities for you to be able to do that without disturbing your work or other colleagues of yours. So recently, the federal government has approved a 14-day paternity leave for men. We have been severely severely or on the wrong side with this paternity leave issue. We've begged for it, and thank God that it has come. So we have 14 days now of paternity leave and it's paid. So the law also creates a distinction between dismissal and termination. So dismissal usually has to do with misconduct. So for dismissal, there is no notice period. So when you have committed an act of misconduct at your workplace, you can be dismissed, but that is not the same as termination. For termination, you must be given notice of termination or be paid your salary in lieu of termination. In lieu of termination means that if you're entitled to 3 months notice, for instance, and your employer decides to terminate you immediately, your employer has to pay you 3 months salary for those 3 months that he didn't give you notice. So it's a provision of the law. So, and then your termination must also be carried out in accordance with the policy of the company or in accordance with your contract with the company. So when you have signed a contract with the company and the contract says you only be terminated after a 6-month period and provides other conditions prior to termination, those conditions must be followed. Where those conditions are not followed, you are entitled to recourse in law. Unless otherwise stated in a contract, the minimum notice period pursuant to the Labour Act. So these are the notice periods. If you have worked with a company for not more than 3 months, then you're entitled to just 1 day of notice. If you have worked for up to 2 years, you're entitled to 1 week of notice. If you worked for 5 years, you're entitled to 2 weeks. And if you worked for more than 5 years, you're entitled to 1 month notice. This is the law. But then by your contract, you can have an agreement that says, notwithstanding the period you worked with the company, you're entitled to 3 months notice or 6 months notice or 1 year's notice or 1 month notice or 1 day's notice. So this is the difference between having a contract and relying on the provisions of the law. Section 37 of the Constitution guarantees and protects the privacy of a person's their homes, correspondence, telephone conversations, and telegraphic communications. So what it means is that the fact that you are working for a company does not mean that all your rights to privacy have been eroded. So as a staff of your company, I should be able to have my quiet time in my house. I should be able to stay in my house without having your clients or customers coming to buy at me in my house. I should have the privacy of my family. I should have the privacy of my personal information. Sorry. I should have the privacy of my personal information, personal family life, and all of that. So any employment contract that erodes your right to private life or private family life is illegal. So you should be able to understand as an employee that your life does not start and end with your company. So you should have your own personal life, you should have your own family life, and you should have your privacy. You should be able to have your family phone that customers should not be able to reach, your employer should not be able to reach, except in cases of emergency. And that's why in most companies, they also demand your emergency contacts. Employers may monitor work emails in order to ensure compliance with the workplace and applicable laws and regulations. It's, however, wrong for, it's important that employees are informed that those work emails are to be monitored. So your employer cannot monitor your private emails. The employer cannot monitor your private phone conversations, cannot monitor your private life with your family, but they can monitor your work emails. And if they have given you any work phone numbers, then of course it's their property and they should have the right to monitor all of that, provided that you are informed of this monitoring before the monitoring itself. So we go to specific provisions of the Labour Act. For specific provisions, these are personal provisions that may not apply equally to everyone. So issues of salaries and all of that have to be specific to the individuals. But then the general part of these whole specific provisions are these. One is that your salary must be paid in legal tender. We are in Nigeria. The legal tender in Nigeria is the Nigerian naira. The employer cannot pay you in CFA just because he is Togolese or because he is Nigerian. So he must pay you in the legal tender of the country where you work or where you are employed. So your salaries must be paid in legal tender. Agreement as to place and manner of spending your wages are illegal. So when your employer tells you, when I pay you your salaries, you must buy products from my company and all of that, those are illegal things. I've seen companies where, for instance, you work in a hotel and they tell you if they pay you salaries, then you must buy certain items which the company sells from the company. Those are illegal contracts. And as employees, we should be able to understand these as illegal contracts. Wages not to be paid in a liquor house or in a retail store. So, of course, we understand that when your wages are paid in a liquor house, the tendencies of spending your wages on liquor becomes high. So the law prohibits that your wages be paid to you in a liquor house or in a retail store. So unless you work in a liquor house or in a retail store, that is an exemption. But if you don't work there, and then your employer carries all of you one day and drives you to a liquor house where he enjoys his private time, and then decides to pay your wages there, expecting that those wages will also be spent there, it's illegal. Authority of employer to open shop. So these are as to whether an employer can open a shop in the premises where the work is carried on. So let me give an instance. If you work in Bonet or you work in a facility where it is difficult, maybe not impossible, but difficult for you to access specific items that you need on a daily basis. For instance, work in a construction company where there are no canteens around due to the location of the place. And then just to help to ameliorate those challenges and limitations, the employer can open a retail store or a restaurant so that you can have access to food and daily necessities. But then it's only just at that. But then when those things are opened, if the employer does not have the right to force you to patronize those facilities. So, and that is what the law provides. Contract of employment must be issued not more than 3 months after employment. So we've agreed that it is the law that you must have a contract of employment. It's also the law that the law also provides for a duration, a specific period within which that contract of employment must be issued to you. So 3 months after you've been engaged, you've started work, you should have your contract. Pre-contract medicals and all of those things should be to the cost of the employer. So when the employer requires you before you start work to go and run medical tests and do all the x-rays and all of that, it's not to be paid by the employee. These are costs that should be borne by the employers. Contribution by employees for compensation prohibited. So I remember then in Madonna, the chancellor then had a land dispute with one oil company owner in Okija, and the court awarded against the chancellor of Madonna certain amounts of money. The man came back to the school and levied all the students this award against him and collected those monies and remitted for that. So this is illegal. It's prohibited. So where your employer has a cost levied against him for whatever reason, you cannot levy that amount back to the employees or to cut down the consumption from those employees to pay those levies. Sick leave with pay for up to 12 So you're entitled within a year for up to 12 working days. So this is the provision of the law. Duty to provide work. So if you are a worker, this time not just an employee, if you're a worker and you are supposed to do daily works and you've been employed to do that work, it is the duty of your employer to provide you work. So if you go to work every day and your employer does not provide you work, you have the right to fight your employer. He has the duty to provide you work. That's the reason why you are there. So annual holidays with pay are also the right of the employees. So every year you're entitled to not just your normal leave and stuff. Every year you're entitled to annual holidays with pay. This part, a lot of employees do not know and do not demand for them. Lots of employers also feign ignorance and also fail to enforce these ones. Women are exempt from underground works and the night works. So generally, except for women in administrative positions and women who are there for purpose of training and other things. Otherwise, women are exempt from night work. They're also exempt from underground works. Transportation for 16 kilometers more has to be covered by the employer. So if you have a work location, I work from Transamadi I live at Transamadi and my work station is in GRA. And this is how I've been working. And then one day my employer asked me to go to One to do some work. From my usual location, work location to One is more than 16 kilometers. It is the duty of my employer to cover the cost of this new work location. So it's there in the law, and employees should be able to enforce them. Overtime work, where your contract provides for your contract time, 40 hours a week, and this is the time you work. Any additional time that you are required, not you willingly or by yourself, going in to do additional work, where you are required by your employer to put in additional work, you are entitled to overtime. Employer or victim or relative to apply for compensation to the Nigeria Social Insurance. So where you are working as an employer and in the course of your work, you sustain injury. If the injury is fatal, then your employer or the relative of the employer or the relative of the employee of the victim of the accident should be able to apply to the National Insurance Trust Fund Management Bond for compensation. So you're entitled to compensation under the Employees Compensation Act in Nigeria. So we go to health-related issues. So as an employee, you are entitled to working in a clean environment. Your employer must provide you a clean working environment. By clean working environment, it covers that your floors must be clean, your walls must be clean, the roofs must be clean, and all of that. Smell should not be there, shouldn't be refuse around, and all of those things. So the Factories Act provides details of how long the employer must repaint their walls, they must fix their roofs, when they should wash the walls, when they should wash the floors, and all of that. So it is your right. You can't go to work and every day you come back with health challenges due to dirty work environments. So you're also entitled to work in an office that is not overcrowded. So the specification of the Factories Act is that every person is entitled to 400 cubic feet of workspace. So when you divide the entire office space by 400, by the number of personnel working in that space, to give you the cubic feet covered by each person. But the law requires that each person working in any facility should have a minimum of 400 cubic feet as their workspace. Anything above that is overcrowded. You're also entitled to adequate ventilation. By adequate ventilation, we're looking at cross ventilation in a house where there are no windows, where there are no fans and air conditioners. And then where there are fans and air conditioners, then those things must be working and functional. So you must have adequate ventilation at your workplace. You have adequate lighting. So your employer should provide, you are not supposed to work in a dark room or in a dim environment. It has health implications to your sight and to your entire body. So we're expected to work in a properly lighted work environment. Proper drainage and drying of the floor. So when you go to work and your floor is wet and the drains are overflowing and you have issues with flood and all of that in your office, it is wrong. So we're entitled to working in an office with proper drainage and dry floor. Effective, clean, properly lighted, convenience, separate for each gender. So unless all the people working in that company are of the same family, if people working in that company are from different families, then every gender should have their separate convenience, and the convenience must be effective. That means it must be working. If it's a water closet, then there should be clean water running through it. Should be able to have access to clean water to wash up after use and all of that. It must be cleaned periodically in a day. It must be properly lighted to reduce accidents, and then it must be separate for each gender. Constant and adequate supply of water for drinking and sanitary cleaning and washing. So you should have your employer should provide you with drinking water at your place of work. The employer should provide you with clean water for washing. So when you go to the convenience, you should have clean water to wash up. When you want to wash your face, you should have clean water available to clean your hands when you want to eat and all of that. So sanitary cleaning and washing, the toilets must be clean and properly managed. Then for safety, every machine in your work environment must be adequately and properly segmented to reduce accidents. So sometimes the law requires that those machines should be fenced out from where people can easily have access. So it must be properly secured, and people have to be protected from harm, both for passers-by and for operators of those machines. The people who have to operate those machines must be adequately trained. So training is very important here. Your employer should, before allowing you to operate any machine, the employer should train you and they give you adequate supervision. Some time ago, 6 years ago, someone who was working in a pure water factory, pure water bag factory, had all his fingers in his right hand cut out by the machine. At the point, he was earning about 18,000 in a month. And the employer took him to the hospital, treated him and all of that. But then everything about compensation was silent. So when he was brought to my notice, I asked the young man what the plan of the employer was. I said the employer told him to just come to the office without doing any work, and they will keep paying him salaries. So I asked the employer, how long do you want to continue paying this guy salary for doing nothing for you? So rather than keeping him doing nothing for you and then paying 18,000 every month, set him up, pay him good compensation, let him go and sort his life out. It was a bit of an argument, but eventually when we brought in the threats of reporting them to the safety departments in Nigeria and all of that, they succumbed and then paid the guy off with some reasonable amount of money. So, but first is to prevent those accidents from happening, because when they happen, the victims might become disabled for life. Proper and adequate provision of PPEs. So your personal protective equipment must be provided to you by your employers. It is not your duty to purchase those items. Your helmets, your goggles, your safety jackets, your boots, your hand gloves, your earplugs, and all of that. They must be provided to you as an employee. And employers here should know that this is their responsibility to provide those items to their employees, not just providing it once for them, but to keep maintaining those items. As they get worn out, you have to keep replacing them, because if any accident occurs to that employee, you have to answer for them. Welfare. So for welfare, it is the duty of the employer to provide you with drinking water. Section 40 of the Factories Act requires that your employers must provide you with drinking water. Clean water for suitable facilities and suitable facilities for washing up. It's also part of your welfare expectations from your employer. Accommodation for change. So some employees require that because of the nature of their job, when they get to the office, they have to change up into their coveralls, into their work stations and all of that. Your employer must provide you with a changing room and adequate storage for your personal clothing and items. You're also entitled to first aid box at your place of work. So we can't go into all the laws that apply to Nigeria. We talked about your taxes, have to be paid as at when due. I know about workers whose taxes were deducted from their salaries, but were never remitted to the state government. So these are all non-compliant issues. And employers are here advised to adhere to some of these things, because when it comes to regulatory compliance, it doesn't matter how long you've been non-compliant. So long as you have been caught once to be non-compliant, you apply it to the number of years you've worked, and you have more to pay in those circumstances. So in conclusion, the labor industry in Nigeria may be seen to be overregulated. However, enforcement of the several regulations is what is lacking. You can't enforce what you don't understand. So some of the employers do not understand. Some of the employees do not also understand. So the essence of this training is to bring to light some of these expectations so that you know, and then when you know, you're able to demand for them. Employers are more prone to signing employment contracts which express the terms of the employment, thereby excluding the application of some other legal provisions. As explained earlier, the moment you sign an employment contract, some of the provisions of the law have been exempted and excluded. So employees should be careful when signing employment contracts and should engage employment lawyers to ensure that basic employer responsibilities and employee benefits are adequately covered in those employment contracts. There's also a reporting system which employees should explore to address these workplace risk issues to enable their employers to comply adequately. So this is it for us, and this is our team. And thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much, Dr. Audrey.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. You had to have seen me. I was dancing like, yay, I'm good, I'm good, I'm good, I'm good. I'm good on so many levels. Oh, wow. I need to buy myself ice cream today. I'm not supposed to take ice cream. Yeah. Okay. But it's good to know that I'm good. Yes, with the law. It's great. Good. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you. So we've all heard everything. Please check out the things that you aren't observing yet. As much as possible. I did not say go and make trouble, please. But as much as possible, I'm sure any employer would listen if you say, oh, we're supposed to. Don't go with, gone like, hey, the law says no. Bring it nicely. You know the way wives do now when they want a guy at the top to approve something that they know this thing is 50-50. Go well, go nicely, and request for some of those things. They should be done. That's the reason why we put this together. All right, our next speaker will be Davida. Please let's have her profile so her session can commence. Thank you.
Davida Nwachukwu is a trained HR professional with close to a decade experience across consulting, investment banking, healthcare, and logistics. She is an astute HR business partner, a semi-finalist of the National Business Plan Competition 2014. She is a member of the Human Resource Certification Institute, certified as a senior professional in Human Resources International and a global professional in human resource. Davida is a subject matter expert for HRCI, a talent and performance manager, learning and development personnel and business researcher. She gives credence to diversity, equity, and inclusion and believes in the efficacy of leadership as the greatest tool in the corporate world. She combines poetry and writing to her HR career. She currently works as the senior HR consultant for Cranfield Talent Consulting.
Good morning. Am I audible? Looks
Yes,
like
you are.
Yes, you are.
oh, the light is a bit not so clear, but please excuse my poor lighting. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Audrey. Good morning, Barrister Izuchukwu. Thanks a lot for your section. It was really, really impactful. Thank you, everyone, for participating, and I want to especially thank the organizers of this event. We really appreciate you, and I'm learning as well. Thank you for everything you've done with the setup and the introduction. I'll be taking a topic in the next 20 minutes, and that's on career mapping. Please let me know if you can see my screen. Is it visible now?
Not yet. Not yet.
Just a minute.
If somebody else can see it, please let us know. My end might be slow.
Not yet.
Okay.
I can't see your face. I can't see your slide. Aha, your slide is up. Great.
Okay. Okay, so thank you very much. Okay, so the topic is career mapping, and I really don't like.
I'm sorry. I think your video is off.
My video is off.
No, it's still on. It's on.
Oh, it's still on, really? Oh, it's from my end. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Good.
Okay. So I really don't like to be quick with defining. I really love people to give definitions to things they understand or what they've understood by what I explain. Oh, okay. So, but one of the simplest explanation or definition of career mapping is a process in which specific goals or our plans, so to speak, are aligned with what we want them to be or how we've been planning them to be. So where our career paths are identified, outlined, and they are mapped out. So the word map is very common. We know we are conversant with Google Map, and if there's anything we learned in primary school or secondary school geography, it should be about the map of a place, the map of a thing, the map of a society, let's say a country, map of Africa, map of Nigeria. And these things are they are not strange to us. They are, when we look at a map of Nigeria, for instance, you can look at the map and understand why some areas experience more rain, why other areas experience more sunshine. And the map tells us where a thing starts, where it stops, or where the geographical region starts and where it stops, or where you have hills, where you have valleys, and all of those. Just as we have with geography, we have the same with our careers. And with our careers, it's a little bit challenging because with the physical map, we have everything already spelled out. For instance, with Google Map, you already know where, if you're in an Uber or a taxi and you put the address on Google Map, what happens is it gives you direction. It tells you turn right or turn left, go this way or don't go that way. That way, there's traffic this way and there's no more traffic that way. But this is not the same way. It's our career maps. And so I would have loved us to start with saying, what is a career mapping for me? Not as a general definition now, for me as an individual, because we are all unique. Our values are different. Our aspirations are different. So look at yourself, look inward, just the way you have the Nigerian map. If you're supposed to design a map for yourself, for your career, what are those things you want to be part of that map? Now, showing on the screen now is like someone's map for the person's life, but the person included career in this map. So this is not just a career map. This is a map for the person, an individual. You see the career plan, you see the health plan, you see the wealth plan, you see growth plan, you see people's plan. And each of these plans look like branches of trees that have found themselves into something else. So let's say for your health plan mapping, you have a box or a set that is dedicated to diabetes. And why is that? Maybe you are that lady or that young man who grew up in a family where your father had diabetes, your grandma had diabetes, your great-grandfather had diabetes. You do not need a prophet to let you know that on your health plan, one of the greatest things to attend to is diabetes. So when all of your friends are taking ice cream for the reason of love for yourself, you advise yourself that ice cream should not just be your thing until God delivers you from diabetes. And I do believe that God heals from every kind of sicknesses, including diabetes. So that is just an example of what the health plan looks like. And I use that because that would be a picture for a person who wants to go into career plan. So for your career plan, you're also thinking about, or for your career mapping, you're also thinking about what are those areas that will be key for me. What will be key for me would not be key for you or may not be key for another individual, because we are different, our priorities are different, what we want to do with our lives are different, what triggers us is also different. And so it would be unfair to think that my plan or my map and yours should be the same. So the question is, have you mapped your career? And somebody will be asking, why should I even map out my career? So let's start by comparing the career map and a Google map. Before you on the screen shows a difference, just two lists. By my right is a career map and the left is a Google map. And I just brought out few examples or few differences with these two. So a Google map already exists in the physical, but your career map does not exist yet until you design one. And this means a lot to me and should mean a lot to you, because remember the day you got into the university, remember the day you got into secondary school, everybody was the same on that day. Everybody had the same CGPA, everybody had the same score until we started writing exams. Then we started designing these things by ourselves. It was the way we went to class, the way we read our books, the way we passed our tests, the way we passed our assignment, the way we passed our attendances that then defined what our own map on campus looked like. So you may want to sit down and look at your life before graduation. Before you graduated, what was the picture you had in mind? Maybe you thought you'd be married in 200 level, and by 400 level, you'll be going on maternity leave. Maybe you were already hoping to get pregnant before you graduate so that you not go for NYSC. Did things turn out that way? For some persons, no. For some, yes. And what this thing is that you are responsible for what your map will look like. Whether you like it or not, you are responsible for how your map will look like. If there's somebody somewhere who wanted to be part of this meeting but didn't have data last night and said, oh, I'll wake up this morning and I'll buy data and I'll participate in the meeting. And unfortunately, the person woke up and it was raining heavily and the person couldn't go out to buy data. And all the applications on his or her phone went down because network was bad. In that person's mind, the person actually wanted to be part of this meeting. Unfortunately, the person drew the map in a way that did not permit him or her to be part of the meeting because of poor planning. So first off, understand that whatever happens to your career is as what you made out of it. Your career mapping is not a Google map. It does not exist already. It is what you're going to design out of it. Hello? Am I still audible?
Yes, you are.
Yeah.
Thank you. Secondly, a Google map is accessed via a digital device through the internet. But for your career map, it's accessible through your mind and your willingness to implement your plan. So it's possible to have a very beautiful plan. In fact, ChatGPT can even help you plan your career path if you want. But it's one thing to have this plan. It's another thing to execute the plan. It's yet another to ensure that the executed plan is sustained. Sustainability plays a very huge role in the map you've designed. Unlike Google Map, where you start and end when you get to the place, for your career map, you start in your mind, you process in your mind, you implement with your hands and your mind and your lifestyle, and you sustain it. Number 3, Google Map could warn you of traffic ahead and other possible unforeseen circumstances. Unfortunately, for your career map, it has lots of unforeseen challenges with little or no physical warning. The plans, the warnings are as you can decipher them for yourself. On Google, you may just press a button and you see a red line, and that shows that, oh, there's a lot of traffic. There's a lot of traffic in Lekki. There's a lot of traffic at Oshodi. I have to follow this axis so that I can come out of this axis. But for your career map, it would not show you that on the screen. It is your mind that would decipher that. It is your mind that would make you know that I'm in this organization, and yet, yes, my salary is good, but if I continue here in the next 5 years, my skill will not be improved upon, and I would no longer be relevant in the market, considering the changing dynamics of the workspace. Trust me, some of us have fathers, we have mothers who are regretting their career choices today. They are not lazy people, they are hardworking. But guess what? We had people who are working in offices who they know, this office is not helping my life. You know those laissez-faire kind of offices where you resume by 11:30 and you have that manager that says, let's use sense. And you know me, I'm not a wicked person. I just love people to freestyle. And you are celebrating that office. You are celebrating the fact that you can come at any time, you can close at any time, your manager is covering up for you, until reality dawns on you. Until a day comes when the organization says we are no longer in business, or we are moving out of Nigeria, or we are taking out this department, and you have to go to the labor market to start looking for a job. Then you understand how that your previous company and what you do there is a very reasonable factor on the progress of your career. So if you're one of those Nigerians or one of those persons listening to me now who is celebrating mediocrity and calling it, I have a nice manager, please reconsider your step. Your map is not going to show you unforeseen challenges. It's not going to show you that. Your mind will have to decipher that. Your mind is going to decipher that, yeah, people call this organization toxic. You know, we have cliche words now that people don't even know what they mean, but they just use it. I'm leaving. It's toxic. This office is not giving. And what they mean sometimes is that they have strict managers who are ensuring they do the right thing. If you're one of those who is about to leave a very good organization because you cannot work with a strict manager, trust me, you are limiting yourself, because it will take a strict manager for you to become the person you want to be in future. It's better you start. I tell people that work with me that it is not a good thing that you're starting your career with an easygoing manager. I stand to be corrected. But you know, it's often said that the gentle sea doesn't make good sailors. I'm not saying you should work with a difficult person, but work with that. Start your career from that standpoint where it is somewhat challenging, where it gives you more tasks to do, where you are not idle. Get your hands dirty from the beginning, the early days of your career, so that when you're progressing, you're not progressing as one who has years of experience without knowledge. You agree with me that there are some persons that have 4 years of experience, but their 4 years can be compared to another person's 8 years because of how they've availed themselves to learning. So your career mapping will not show you challenges on a map. It will give you those challenges, unforeseen challenges in your mind. And you have to be smart enough to understand that this is what my mind, or this is what I should decipher about my career at this stage of my career. Number 4, your career map could be influenced by mentors, coaches, personal knowledge, financial need, and other circumstances. Whereas these factors are very, very different with what affects the Google map. What affects your Google map is your data. It's your data. Except for sometimes when Google map acts weird. I don't know if it happens to you, but it just tells you to keep going and you're looking right at a wall. And I don't know what to call that, but let's say because it's a device, so there could be issues with the algorithm. But your career map can be influenced by your coaches, by your mentors, by personal knowledge. Now, one of the reasons why you are in this meeting is because you want to increase your level of personal knowledge. You want to know skills. You want to get more information that can build you, that can prepare you for where you want to go to. And my question to you today is, are you really here for that reason? Or did you join this meeting to impress somebody? Someone invited you and you said, okay, let me just come before they feel like I did not even go for their invite. But what you know and the extent to which you know it can influence what the outcome of your career map will look like. The next thing on my slide is the component of career mapping. So I'm going to go quick around this because of time. So first off, you want to know, where am I currently? You know, on your Google map, it says you start and then there's a finish. It shows you where you're standing and it wants you to impute where you want to be. And that's exactly what it is with your career map. You have to identify where you are right now. And trust me, you'll be doing yourself service by not lying to yourself. I did not say where people think you are. It is not even where your LinkedIn profile says you are. Your LinkedIn profile could tell you you are where you are not, because it's a profile. Some of us even pay people to make these profiles for us. It is where you know you really are with your career. Define it with words that you can understand. You could define it in monetary terms. I am at the third year of my career, of my work life, pursuing a career in accounting, collecting a salary less than 300,000, working for a boss I do not like and an organization I do not enjoy working with, working for a sector I enjoy, and working in a state or a country that I hope to live very soon. What have I done? I have highlighted the things that I think is very important for me in my career by defining where I am using these components, using these pointers. So I know that even let's assume I'm in the consulting sector, for instance, and I enjoy consulting, but I'm currently working for a consultant that I don't like. I have reasons why I don't like working for them. Maybe they infuse their religion into the business in a way I don't like. Maybe I'm a Christian, for instance, and I'm working for a consultant who practices Hinduism, and he comes to work with his serpent on his neck, and he says, "Oh, Davida, this snake is not going to hurt you, but this is the God I worship, and it's a very nice snake." And I've worked there for 3 years, and yes, the snake is not hurting me, but I don't feel comfortable, and I have not considered resigning because I need the money, and this office is very close to my ICANN study center, and I've told myself I just want to get ICANN certified and I'll live here. I have already started making a map. I've already started defining where I am. So as I'm speaking now, I really want you to start defining, where are you right now? Where are you in the course of your career? Maybe you are a 100 level student, or maybe you used to be a student and you were expelled from university because of malpractice, because of cultism, or one of those sorts. You still have a place on your map. You are the determinant, please. Don't ever look at yourself and feel, I'm nowhere. You are somewhere. Even as a 200 level in the university, you are somewhere in your career. You are a student in a university that you like, studying a course that you don't like, hoping to graduate and switch over to a career you like. Tell yourself the truth about where you are currently. I can go on and keep making examples of what this look like, but for want of time, I really want to respect the time we have and give other speakers their time to speak. But I really love that we understand that this section is a very practical section. If I were you, after this class, I would just ensure that I write to myself where I am currently with my career. Secondly, where do I want to be in X number of years? So I put X number of years there because it is your map, it is your work. It would be unfair for me to say your career map should be for 3 years or for 2 years or for 5 years. I'll be telling you a lie. You know yourself better. You know what you want. You know what you aspire to be. In what number of years do you want to achieve it? You could be a 300 level student in the university right now, but you're making a map of the next 5 years. You could be making a map of the next 2 years. You could be making a map of the next, let's say, 9 months. And trust me, it is very possible. You could be an entry-level HR who is earning less than 150,000, and you're making a map of a 9 months, and you're saying in 9 months' time, I want to earn 500,000. Trust me, it's very possible. And not by motivation, but by hard work. I remember a few years ago, I was earning, let's say, an X amount, and someone spoke to me in the office in a way I didn't like. And I wanted to report to my supervisor. And I thought to myself, my supervisor loves her and she's my supervisor's favorite. And I said to myself, the only reason this person could talk to me in this way is because I am here. And I sat down and I started typing, what will make me live here in the next 3 months? And how can I achieve it? I designed something that I did not know was a map at that time. I just started highlighting. I felt bad, I cried, I did this. But when I was done with all of my crying, I called myself to order. And I said, why am I even here? And I started thinking of maybe some mistakes I made with my career, some issues I had that didn't make me go as fast as I wanted. And I said, where do I want to be? Now, I did this in October. I was planning for 6 months to 9 months. By December, which was less than 3 months, I got a role that paid me 4 times what I was earning at that time. I was really earning very little. I got a role that paid me 4 times what I was earning at that time. And it gave me a better regard than what I was enjoying at that time. It was at that point I understood how powerful mapping can be. Do you remember Jacob and the sheep, the flock of Laban? Every sheep he wanted to have patches. What did he do to them? He made a patch board and kept it in front of them while they were mating. And the more they saw it while they mated, the more they were able to give the chromosomes that would give children that had that color, those patches. So you should never underestimate the power of a map. I know someone will say, I have my map in my mind. Please put your map down in a place where you can see it every day or very often. You can make your map your screensaver. Ensure it is something you are seeing, something that keeps you busy in your mind, in your thoughts. Something that makes you uncomfortable and make you, even in your subconscious, you're working towards it. The next is, how do I get there? Decide for yourself how you get there. For a lot of us, the reason why we are not yet where we want to be is because we have not painted a picture of it and tried to navigate it. There are lots of us who are saying, I want to write this professional course, I want to do a master's, I want to do a PhD, but I don't have the money. I will do it in 7 years' time. You know the reason why you think you don't have the money? Because you've not written it down. I wanted to do one of my professional courses, and the money looked big at that time. I wrote down that as a plan for the year. And then I told myself, I don't have the money. But I remember one day after one of my devotions and prayers, it looked like something just clicked on my head. And somehow I just had to understand something. And what did I understand? What did I understand that time? I understood that if I claimed that money was what I needed, then I should give evidences of every other thing I need that is not driven by money. So what did I do? I said to myself, okay, yes, you don't have the money, but do you have the details? Do you have the coursework? Do you have the materials? So I started doing every other thing I needed apart from money. So I made inquiries. What is the cost for the program? What is the syllabus like? So I downloaded the syllabus online, and I started downloading books that have to do with the syllabus. So I started like a self-study for this syllabus, so I can prove to myself that I really needed this course or I don't need it. And then I started connecting on LinkedIn with people who already have this certification. And for those who I could ask them questions. How was it when you wanted to do this course? What did you need? How did it go? When did you write your exam? How did the exam go? Was it difficult? Was it easy? And guess what? The more I did that, the more I felt like I had a responsibility towards an exam. So you see those small money you use in buying shawarma, shawapa, pizza, manza, all those things that really does not look like money. You'll be surprised how you cut them down instantly when you have a goal to pursue with that money. Long story made short, I had the certification. I registered, I wrote the exam, and I passed. But that was sponsored by the act of designing what I want to achieve and looking at it and starting from where I am. So we're full of excuses. We want to say, I don't have the money, I don't have this, I don't have that. But that is not as important as what you have. So please start with what you have. Then the next is, why do I want to get there? Please define your motive. And I'm not going to be the one to define it for you, but ensure that your reason is anchored on something substantial, something internal, so to speak, something that is not just flimsy. I hope you're not one of those that want to study medicine because everybody is a doctor. I hope you're one of those that you're not one of those that want to become a HR because you feel HR have authority over people. So that your quest for pride and your quest to dominate then pushes you to HR because you want to be a HR because you want to dominate and talk down on people. Ensure you can identify why you want to get there. Then identify what do I need to get there. Then who do I know that have gotten there? So you start connecting for mentorship, for coaching. There is no place you're going to that somebody have not been there before you. When Mary was conceived of Jesus, permit me for using Bible examples, I'm Christian, and it is one thing I hold as an anchor. So for non-Christians, please bear with me. I'll explain this story as simple as possible. Now, Mary in the Bible was pregnant for Jesus, and the angel spoke to her and said, go and see your cousin Elizabeth. She also has a miracle or something that looks impossible. So Mary was told by an angel that she's going to manifest something that ordinarily sounds impossible. And what was that thing? She's going to conceive or get pregnant without knowing a man. And that was shocking for her. But the recipe of divinity, the recipe of the angel was that I'm sending you to somebody who has that kind of story, And what was this story? Elizabeth, an old woman, was also pregnant for John the Baptist. So when you go to people who already have your kind of story or who already have achieved what you're hoping to achieve, it makes it easier. You learn from them with discretion. Please, with discretion. Next is, how does my career fit into other areas of my life, like my purpose? And purpose is a very big story. It's not something we discuss here, but I know while Audrey has been speaking, she has been touching on issues around purpose and around what makes you do what you do and how you do them. So ensure that you can identify how your career fits into your purpose, or else you get to a point where you're satisfied with the career, but you're not satisfied with life. And that's a very bad stage to get to, because it can make a person depressed. It can make a person unfulfilled, and that is not what I wish for any one of us here. It's not a thing to experience. And then the last thing is, when do I want to retire? When you make a map, don't make a map that has no end. Every map has an enclosure, has where it ends. Even the map of an ocean has where the boundaries of an ocean. Your map should show when do I want to leave this phase of my life? When do I want to go to another phase of my life? When do I want to feature in this other area of my life? So next is the factors affecting an effective career plan. So we have 4 factors, and I intentionally left the first factor because I really love us to discuss what that factor is. Like in our minds, I just want that somewhere in your heart, can you just start thinking of what you think could be a factor that will affect what your career plan look like. But the second factor is passion, skills, and finance. So what's passion? We know what passion is. It is a thing that drives you. Something you do without anyone paying you. You just enjoy doing it. And someone would say, why should I care about skill and finance? If I have the passion, why not just go with passion? It is not wisdom to go with passion alone. Your career is beyond passion. You could be passionate for singing, but if you are not skilled to sing and you cannot make money out of singing, it will become very challenging and unwise to make singing a career path for very obvious reasons. So it's possible to be passionate about what you're not skilled for. Somebody may be passionate about drawing. I love art work. I love art pieces. I love having them around me. But if I'm not skilled to do them, I'll be deceiving myself and I'll not go far in the pursuit of art work, except I find a niche. Maybe I don't do the drawing, but I become an art collector. Except I find a niche that features in what I love to do. So you must ensure that your passion marries with your skill and is able to give you a source of income. It's able to give you financial returns, because if you don't make money out of your career, trust me, you will get tired. A day will come when it will get very challenging and you wouldn't want to get to that point. And next is, how well can I balance these three? So while designing your career map, you have these legs of three: your passion, your skill, and your finance. And you see how it can make you have a very beautiful table where you can put your food, put your life, or put your life aspirations on, or build a life from. And I think this table actually looks very good. But now there's a challenge with a three-leg table. There's a very big challenge with a three-leg table. And what's the challenge? Now, I got this definition straight from online, and I would really love that you browse it yourself and find out what the challenges of the three-legged tables are. However, there are a few drawbacks in having three-leg table designs. You know, when something is three-legged, it's called a tripod. Now, tripods have a toppling stability problem and not a wobbling table problem. They don't wobble, but there's a stability problem with them. And what is it? That is, they do not rock, but want to fall over if one places too much weight onto one corner of the table. So with your passion, with your skill, and your money, there is not so much weight your career can carry. Regardless of how beautiful you've made your mapping, if your mapping is dependent on just these three, then you must come to a time in your life where the weight will be bigger than your career. And that's why some people's career crash at a time when they don't expect, because it's on three legs only. Some people get hopeless. You see people who go to work and they say somebody committed suicide, and they say he even have a very good job. They even promoted him. And you're wondering why. The reason is because the weight of life is bigger, heavier than just a three-legged table. Something beyond this tree must feature in. And trust me, as much as we want to be smarter than whatever the fourth leg is, the best that can happen to somebody who has the three-legged table is that they come to a point where the weight is too much and they take away part of the weight and they allow themselves to live as mediocres because the weight of their table cannot carry the next phase of their life because it is too light. And so we must see to it that we find alternative. Now, professionally, now this is, I said, please browse this. Professionals do not advise interior designs with three-leg tables for restaurants and offices or places where you're going to do serious business. And I would love that on your spare time, please browse it and check why this is very challenging. I really love to buttress on this, and I don't know to what extent I would buttress on this, but please ensure to see that beyond these three legs I have said, understand that there is something more, which is the fourth leg, that will make your career map perfect. Else, you'll still have challenges. So, the fourth leg, what makes the difference? It's obvious that this table you see here is more stable and more comfortable, more balanced than the three-leg table. And that's the reason is quite obvious. So we are making a comparison. Let's compare the capacity for balance and sustainability from the three-leg and the four-leg table. look at the picture and have an imagination in your mind. Why? Obviously, if you're supposed to sit on tables and you have heavy loads with you, which of these tables will you prefer to sit on? Or if you have, in fact, you're not supposed to sit on tables, you're supposed to drop your luggages on tables, but you have very heavy tables. Which of these tables will you prefer to put your luggage on? I think the answer is not far-fetched. The fourth table. Why the fourth table? Or why the fourth leg instead? Why is the fourth leg preferred in professional office design? With all their potential for wobbling, why do most tables have four or more legs? The answer has to do with stability. Imagine, for example, a circular table with 3 legs. If you lean on an edge of the table, you can cause it to trip over. But we all know that this is not the same for the four leg tables. For 4-leg tables, they are very balanced. They are more stable and can carry heavier weight for a longer time. So the question is, what is this 4th leg? And the 4th leg is the God factor. That leg that will make your table very, very stable, very, very sustainable, very, very effective and balanced is the God factor. We cannot overemphasize this. No matter what you want to do, how you want to do it, where you want to do it, and when you want to do it, you can never be smarter than the God who created heaven and earth. And that's because we are all strangers here. Our knowledge must be limited. And permit me, if that doesn't sound respectful, it is what it is. You're just on earth, on this terrestrial space. You're walking on the floor. You do not even have the aeroplane view of what your next door neighbor looks like or what the next compound looks like. But there's a God above you that already sees what everything looks like. Do you remember some 15 years ago when our parents or people were studying medicine and surgery looked like the internet? Even 10 years ago, people who were studying computer science at that time didn't look smart. I know some persons tried to study medicine and applied 7 times and didn't get through, and somehow they got computer science and they were doing it out of pity. But today they are programmers, and guess what? Some of them are employing doctors. I have worked with doctors. I mean, I worked in the healthcare space for a while, and I'll tell you that 9 out of 10 doctors, I mean, intelligent doctors, are doing something with ICT right now, with tech. Now, imagine that there was this young man who wanted to do medicine, but the Lord had instructed him to do ICT, and he despised it because medicine was the in thing then. Imagine how he'll be regretting his life, regardless of his skill, his finance, and then his passion. So whatever your mapping looks like, ensure that it has the 4th leg, which is that leg that will make it perpetually sound, balanced, and give it the ability to face all of the challenges and burdens that life have to offer, because God himself created life, and so doing life with him can never ever be at a loss. So there's a twist with life. And I'm reading a quote from Ecclesiastes. It says, I returned and saw under the sun that the race is not to the swift, nor the battle to the strong, nor bread to the wise, nor riches to men of understanding, nor favor to men of skill, but time and chance happen to them all. So as much as you can be very intelligent to map out where you want to be, when you want to be, how you want to be there, who you want to follow, there is still a factor with life that gives room to time and chance. I know time and chance are very, very vague. You don't own time. I don't own time. You can't buy time. I can't even buy time. You can buy your airtime. You can buy your data, but that's not the time. That's not the time with which life is calculated. And that time with which life is calculated is something that you can't buy. In fact, you don't even own, you're not even in custody of it. You just give God thanks if you wake up today and see the light tomorrow. So how do we manage something like time that we cannot really, really manage? How do we work around it? How do we see that it is something we can? Hello, can you hear me? Can you still hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. Can you just give me a break, so to speak? Okay. But I think this issue of reflecting on the twist about life is somewhat clear and it's something we can understand. Please give me a minute. I'll just need to respond to a message quickly. Yeah. So I want for us to understand that even in our pursuit, in all we do, we must figure out that there is something God has for us, and that if we follow him and if we put our plan as a function of his plan for us, then we would not miss it. And I really love that we reflect on Matthew chapter 20 from verse 1 to 10. And this scripture talks about people who went to the vineyard. I'm not going to read it because of time, but in a nutshell, those who were called later to participate in a work found themselves paid the same amount of money with those who had worked earlier. And the owner of the vineyard said something, which is verse 13 that I'm going to be reading. He said, but he answered one of them, I am not being fair to you, friend. Didn't you agree to work for a denarius? Take your pay and go. I want to give the one who was hired last the same as I gave you. Don't I have the right to do what I want with my own money? Or are you envious because I am generous? So the last will be the first, and the first will be the last. So what this is saying is that if you have the fourth leg in your equation, it doesn't matter how you started. For some of us, you feel that you went to school very late. It's been challenging. It's been away from what you wanted it to be, and you're wondering if you can still make it. You're wondering if it is not too late for you. I want you to know that it is not too late. I want you to know that God still have your back. I want you to know that it is not too late to start crafting a plan for your life. And if you do, then God has your back. It doesn't matter when you came on board. He's going to make you future in all that he wants for you to future. Just ensure you follow his plan. In conclusion, I just want to show you the map of a man who did not come very early. And this man was the 9th century warrior. And this is the career map of the greatest warrior of the century. In his time, he was the greatest warrior. So we have him as a shepherd. Then he became an entry-level soldier. Then he became a full-time executive assistant in welfare department at the office of the presidency. And then he became the senior defense officer and later became a regional defense director. And he lived the rest of his life as the president and commander-in-chief of the armed forces. We are talking about David, the son of Jesse. And what makes David different? When everything about life didn't look like it was going well for him. You know the story. If you're conversant with biblical stories, you all know how David was in the bush when his mates were playing, when his elder brothers were at home, they were watching DSTV, they were having nice time, but this young man was in the bush and so much was not going very well with him. And then he became an entry-level soldier, and then he became That was when he killed Goliath. And you would have thought that the moment he killed Goliath, life would have been best for him. But it didn't happen that way. And then he became an assistant at the presidency while he was working for Saul, the king, when he was playing his musical instrument. Saul had called him to be an assistant in the palace. And that seemed to have been going well. And then when Saul wanted to kill him, he had to run away. And he became a senior defense officer with his men in caves. And later he progressed to become a regional defense director. Remember that even when Saul died, someone else was king. Things went not so how he wanted. And we later had a David who became the president or the commander-in-chief, so to speak, of the nation of Israel. And I say this to say that even though career map is a major necessity, even though we can never underestimate the place of planning and arranging our careers in a way we should do it, we must ensure that we are not rushing because we want to beat competition or want to be where every other person is. We must ensure that we are flowing with God and we are allowing him to bring for us or make for us the best that we can ever be. I do hope that we find our life feature in to God's executive plan for us, regardless of our career plan. Thank you very, very much. And thanks for your time.
Thank you very much, career mapping. Well, how are you sure that you are headed the right direction without God? Because he's the one who knows why he brought you here. So I'm going to advise everybody in your mapping, please find out first from God what the plan is for you so that you are sure you are headed the right direction, so that the map you are doing is based on his blueprint. So you're not doing something out of his will, something out of his plan and his purpose for you. All right, I'm not going to talk much. We already had a lot of talk on this. I'm going to be calling on the next speaker. Let's have his profile, please, and he will come up next. Thank you.
Oluwapelumi John Akinola, FIMC, CMC, ACIPM, ACIHRM, GITD. A licensed and certified management consultant and HR professional with a proven record of enhancing organizational effectiveness and efficiency through strategic talent management, employee engagement, and compliance expertise. Oluwapelumi is a first-class graduate of public administration from Nasarawa State University. He recently completed his MSc in Industrial Relations and Personnel Management from the University of Lagos, where he defended his thesis on the effect of remote work on the productivity of female employees. He is an associate of the Chartered Institute of Personnel Management, CIPM, the apex regulatory body for the practice of human resource management in Nigeria. He was recently elected as the vice chairman of the Lekki Aja Badore chapter of Lagos State Branch. He is also an associate of the Chartered Institute of Human Resource Management, CIHRM, and is certified trainer by the Nigeria Institute of Training and Development, NITAD. He is a certified management consultant and a fellow of the Institute of Management Consultants. He is also a member of other HR professional groups, such as the Association of Elite Human Resource Professionals, HR Foundry, and HR Global Partners, where he serves as an associate in the Research and Development Unit. He currently works as an HR consultant with Human Capital Partners, a top-tier professional services firm that specializes in the provision of management consulting services covering the entire human resource management value chain. He currently serves as a pastor at RCCG, the Living Seed Church, Aja, At his leisure time, he finds pleasure in publishing HR articles on Medium, hanging out with friends and family, and watching Netflix.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Hi, everyone. Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh,
We can
all right. Good morning. I think it was strange listening to myself or listening to my profile. Good morning. Good morning, Audrey. Thank you for this wonderful opportunity. I'm sorry, there's currently shortage of power here in Lagos, and there's really fuel scarcity as well going on. So please permit me, I won't be able to switch on my video, but I'll just go ahead to manage my time well and share my screen. And please let me know when you can see my screen. Just give me that prompting when you're able to see my screen. Can we see my screen, everyone?
Yes, we can.
Okay, all right. So as I've been introduced, my name is Oluwapelumi. All right, that might be quite hard for those who can pronounce Yoruba very well, but it simply means the same thing with Emmanuel. God be with us. And it's been a wonderful time of learning. I mean, since yesterday down to early hours of this morning from Audrey's first session and talking about a man diligent in his work. You know, it's been an amazing session. Then we also talked about the God first factor. It's been a lot of different angles, different concepts being discussed, and I'll just be discussing today in the next few minutes on the subject of strategies for distinctive resumes. Okay. This is an important aspect for our career development and also for us to be able to secure more opportunities. I'll be quite fast in my presentation so that we can take 1 or 2 questions at the end. And please make sure you have questions. Make sure you have questions so that you are able to, grab a lot, and get clarification for some things. Okay, I've already been introduced. ACIPM, I'm an associate and also the vice chairman of CIPM Lekki Ajabadori chapter here in Lagos under the Lagos State branch. All right, so what I'll be discussing today will just be majorly on the concept of resumes, the power of cover letter, also understanding recruitment, and also how do we showcase or demonstrate our unique value proposition through our resumes. And of course, the last session will be maybe a bit of practical within 1 or 2 minutes, just to show us certain things that we can do in the development and design of our resume. And lastly, we will take questions. I want us to understand this from this particular quote, that the 2 most important requirements for major success are, first, being in the right place at the right time, and second, doing something about it. So it's not just going to be enough for you to hear so much from yesterday till now. I mean, there have been so much pouring out on different subjects, on different topics, legal, spirituality, God first, career management, and all of these things, without you being able to do something about it. Also, it will be not good for you to also hear something about strategies for developing CVs, resumes, without you being able to do something about your CV at the end of the day. So you're already at the right place. You're also here at the right time. And the next thing for you to do is to do something about your resume. So what is a resume? Of course, I know many of us might know, this concepts might be able to define it a bit, but I'll just state a few things. A resume, of course, from the French word to summarize, is simply a brief and condensed document we use to apply for jobs. Now, many times people ask, what's the difference between a resume and a CV? There are a bit of distinction between both concepts. CVs are usually used in for those looking for jobs in the educational sector, where you have the opportunity to include things like your paper publications, the seminars you've attended, conferences you've attended, and of course the pages, the length also varies for resume. All right. So an excellent resume should be 2 to 3 pages long and should be tailored to a specific role. So you don't just use one CV to apply for every job just like that. All right. As much as possible, if you get an opening, you're expected to design and tailor your resume in line with the job description. That will help you to stand out and also give you, a better ground. So in a resume, only include employment experience and abilities essential to the job you are applying for. A strong resume highlights your unique accomplishments in past positions and demonstrates how your skills apply to the position that you seek. So here are a few things that has to do with the do's and don'ts in the development and design of resume. I believe at the end of the session, at the end of the conference, the Career and Professional Conference, this document will be made available to us so that we can, use it as a guide when designing our resume. So for the do's, you'll find the do's on the left-hand side and the don'ts on the right-hand side. So what are those things that you need to do or include in your resume? Number one is your contact information. Your email address, your phone number is key. All right. If you are married, don't go and use your husband's number, because when they are calling for interview or something, you can't be using your husband's number. There was a case of a recruitment where we're trying to recruit someone for a role, and the number on the CV is for the person's twin, and the person like, oh, I'm sorry, this is me, this is not my brother, and all of that. So use information that you can be reached using those information. And of course, if you don't have a professional email, please open another professional email. Don't use, unprofessional email addresses such as maybe something like just2funny@yahoo.com or odogu1 of portharcourt@gmail.com. That's not professional. Professional email should include at least your name, your first name, or your last name, or both of them. Also include your professional summary, something brief to tell us about you as a professional person. Then your work experience, you should start from your present place of work to your last or starting of your career. Then your education. Please, for education, don't add your primary school and secondary school. So we don't need it on your CV. Yeah, or your resume. We don't need it. Include your tertiary education, whether you went to polytechnic, university, or college of education. Then your skills, very, very important. And one way to also know the skills to include in your CV design is when you look at the JD for the job you're applying. If the JD says, oh, we need people with these skills, problem-solving skills, which you have, project management skills, which you have, active listening, self-leadership, these things, you include it. Why? Because many times, many organizations, multinational corporations and the likes, they use ATS in screening candidates. So when certain keywords are not on your resume, it just screens you out. It means your CV does not meet up. Your resume does not meet up to standard. Other things you should include is certifications and licenses. You're a certified HR professional, you're a certified accountant, you're a certified career coach or something. Include it. Awards and achievements. Oh, you're able to close a $5 million deal for your company as a sales and marketing person. You want to capture it, the award. Oh, you want Employee of the Year in your company. You want to also capture it for that particular role. Then relevant projects, right? If you are into sustainability, climate or environmental sustainability, you guys engaged in some certain projects, CSR and the likes, you also want to capture it in your CV. Okay. And of course, if you are a technical person, maybe a software engineer, you're a data analyst, you have, a page on GitHub, on Medium and the likes, you also want to link those projects to your CV so that it can be viewed and assessed. Other things you should really include are professional development. Now, languages here, I'm talking about for technical guys. Okay. If, for example, you're a front-end developer, you can include your programming languages. Yeah. And if you're a software or a back-end developer now, you can also include your programming languages. Or if you're a full-stack developer, you include the languages you're proficient in, whether Java, JavaScript, CSS, C++, and the rest of them. Then volunteer experience for career starters, you can include it there. Professional associations. Of course, I think if there's one thing Audrey has talked about today is belonging to associations where you get to learn, get to know more. All right. So you belong to certain professional associations, include it on your resume. Okay. Then what are those things you're expected not to do? Please avoid spelling and grammatical mistakes. Please and please don't make mistake in your phone number or your email, because the moment you make any singular mistake, it invalidates your contacts for communication. Then avoid irrelevant information. Oh, I have 3 kids. We don't need that. I'm from Okokumaiko local government. We don't need that. All right. We don't need those personal things. I am single. We don't need to know. Right. So also avoid long paragraphs in the descriptions of your roles and responsibilities. Avoid the use of buzzwords. Right. Avoid the use of unprofessional email address. All right. Of course, as much as possible, use objective statements and don't use generic language. Be specific to the job you are applying for. Don't use generic language. No, be specific. If yes, you can say HR, but if the job says, oh, the role is the role of a learning and management officer or professional, that is specific. So you have to use those words that are, designed for L&D professionals, such as training needs assessment, conducting this, conducting that, developing training interventions. Be specific. All right. Avoid the use of too many fancy fonts and formatting. Avoid incomplete or outdated information. All right. Please avoid it. Negative language, exaggerations, and lies. Please. Of course, I believe many people on this call are kingdom citizens. Please avoid lies. All right. 300,000 is not the same as almost 1 million naira. They are not the same. All right. Avoid exaggerations. Salary expectations also, it should be discussed, not included in your resume. Okay. And lastly, personal pronouns of I, me, no. Avoid it. Structure it in such a way that it doesn't carry these few things. Please, just to make sure, can we still see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, fantastic. So why are we going through all of this? Now, it's really interesting to know that even those of us, I from my own personal observation, let me say this. I believe, all right, this is a personal belief. I believe that those who look for jobs are more of people who currently have jobs. So no matter the job you have now, every one of us, they have one desire or the other in our hearts in getting better opportunities. So this is not even saying that, oh, maybe this is not for people who don't have jobs alone. For every one of us, including myself, right? I want better opportunities, better benefits, and all of those things. So it's important we know how to design our resumes and how the design of our resume also affect our job applications. And that's why I've included these statistics. I'll just speak on a few and you can look at it from your end on the screen. Recruiters spend 6 to 8 seconds reviewing a CV. And I've linked all of this, everything I quoted there, I've linked it. This is according to Forbes, right? And it shows that if your CV is not well designed, even at the first look, first glance, within few seconds, a recruiter has moved on. Yeah, such a person has moved on. Why? Because many times they have a lot of candidates, and many organizations can't even afford the use of ATS. So their recruitment guys, their HR department will have to do it manually. So they don't have all the time in the world to spend looking out for certain things or calling you to supply additional information that should have been captured on your resume. Number two, only 3% of resumes will result in an interview. So you want to make sure that you distinguish yourself, all right, as a kingdom citizen and as a professional to position yourself for better opportunities. Number three, 41% of recruiters look for skills on a resume first. What are you bringing to the table? You want to see it captured clearly on your document. So these and many more are some of the points, statistics that drives home the point for well-designed resumes. Okay. Next is cover letter. On the left-hand side, you will see an example, a template for designing a cover letter. A cover letter is simply a one-page document that accompanies your resume or CV when you apply for a job. You can also use cover letter where you apply for international opportunities and scholarships and the rest. Okay. And of course, in cover letter, you introduce yourself to the hiring manager. You provide details about your qualification. You tell employers why you want to work for them. You illustrate why you are the best fit for the job. And you explain circumstances like job hopping or gaps in employment. All right. Maybe you dropped out of active employment for a year to run a professional or an executive master's program. You want to capture it on this document. What you probably don't know about recruiters. Now, many times people just think, oh, they've applied to 10 jobs and there is nothing, no feedback, nothing. There's no interview. It could be that you are not doing something right. So these are 7 things you need to know about recruiters and recruitment. Number one, recruiters love numbers. So as much as possible, quantify your achievement on your CV. All right. Recruiters appreciate orderliness. Don't start your first role by saying, for example, 2023 to 2024, and the next one we're going to see is 2018 to 2019. The next one we're seeing is 2021 to no. Let it be in a chronological order. Also understand that recruiters don't like stress. Once a candidate is giving them undue stress, I mean, they might have to consider other available resources. Okay. Recruiters have less time because they plan recruitment targets that they want to meet. So make sure that you avail yourself, you provide all the necessary information needed on your resume. Okay. Recruiters have much work. Recruiters are employees, and recruiters above all are humans. HR professionals are humans. So please, you should also cut us some slack. Okay. Cut us some slack when we do certain things certain ways. All right. We are also employees that are answerable to the management, to the top leadership. Next, how do you showcase your unique value proposition on your CV or on your resume? It's important that you are able to sell yourself. You see, a resume is a sales tool. You are selling yourself, literally. You are selling yourself in the marketplace. You are showing that above all else, above others, you are able to deliver this job. You are competent enough. You are skilled enough. All right. And I will just quickly wrap this up. Number one, demonstrate your skills and your competencies on your CV. If you are good with data analysis, for example, show it on your CV. Mention 1 or 2 tools and techniques that you use. For example, oh, I'm good with the use of Excel. I can use Power BI and Tableau. I can do this. I can do that for data visualization. Demonstrate it on your CV. All right. Ensure, number 2, you quantify your impact or your work. Oh, I worked in a team of 3. and we're able to, carry out this for 500 candidates. I work in this role and I'm responsible for managing the payroll of 150 employees. Quantify your work and your impact. Number 3, highlight your achievements or what's very, very important. Spell it out. If you have a first class, indicate it on your CV. All right. If you are the best graduating, indicate it there. If you want Employee of the Year, indicate it there. Craft a compelling summary profile. Very, very important. Let it be compelling. Let it be brief. Of course, use keywords from the job description. All right. So if the job description says, oh, we want an HR professional, for example, who is good with team management, who is good with operations management, who is good with this, that. Fetch out those keywords from the job description and use it in the development of your CV. Master the use of action words. Demonstrate cultural fit. Okay. Demonstrate cultural fit and also customize your content for each job. All right. So these are a few websites you can use, free online ATS websites you can use to just upload your CV and you get feedback on areas that needs improvements. Okay. And these are some of the services we render in my firm. Sorry, I'm not using this to market, but I'm also using it to market, right? Recruitment, learning and development, strategy, HR sourcing, business psychology and psychometrics, and so on and so forth. So any question, I want to make sure that I stay within the scope of my time. Any question, please. Audrey, I'm currently sharing my screen, so I'll not be able to see the chat box. Maybe someone can help me read the question or those raising up their hands. Thank you.
The only question I can see is, although we're going to address questions much later, but the question I can see is someone is asking for a sample of CV that they can see, so that we can arrange and send to the group so that everybody sees it.
Sure, that's fine. We
That's
can work on
doable,
something.
right?
Yeah, we can work on something for that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. I really appreciate. Let me stop my recording now.
All right, and we are back. Thank you so much for that. Without much ado, without much talking, let us just go straight to the next speaker. One key thing that he said is this, and I've always said it. Please do not make the mistake to use one CV for every job advert. I hope we got that. Don't do that. It's a mistake a lot of people make. Always adapt it to the advert. If they say they want this, they want that, go back to your resume or your CV. Make sure you are putting, if you have it, make sure you're putting those things the way it was put. All right. Okay. Profile of next speaker, please. Thank you very much.
Dr. Folusho Alamina is a versatile occupational health and consultant public health physician with about 2 decades of diverse work experience traversing the private and public health sectors. In her current role as a senior health lead in a multinational, she leads a multidisciplinary team responsible for health risk management, promoting, protecting, and optimizing the well-being of the workforce to ensure business continuity. She possesses additional qualifications in mental health, project management, psychology, leadership and management. Passionate about people development and lifelong learning, she actively mentors and coaches individuals and groups. She currently leads the mentoring program in her region and oversees continuous improvement initiatives in health whilst serving as the focal person for the Global Mental Health Wellbeing Program in Nigeria. Dr. Folusho Alamina is a capacity builder, a facilitator, and a Lean Six Sigma Green Belt holder. She is an avid reader and listener with a keen sense of discernment. Little wonder her office door is tagged No Judgment Zone. She is a public speaking coach and volunteers with Toastmasters International, where she served as a past club president and past Area 23 Club Growth Director. She currently serves as a trainer and club coach. Dr. Alamina is the president-elect of Medical Women's Association of Nigeria, River State Branch, and the Assistant National Secretary of Society of Occupational and Environmental Health Physicians of Nigeria. She enjoys journaling, traveling, photography, and unraveling mysteries. She is happily married and gladly nurturing 3 young wise men.
Hello, good morning. Please confirm I'm audible.
Good morning, Ma. Yes, you are.
Okay. Have I been enabled to share my screen?
Yes, I think you should be able to share your screen.
All right. Thank you very much. And good morning, Trailblazers. Good morning, Trailblazers. It's a pleasure to be here. And thank you very much, Audrey, for this opportunity to be a part of this laudable conference. Please confirm you can see my screen. Just checking. Is my screen visible now?
Yes, it is.
Okay, great. All righty. Such a pleasure to be here. Always a pleasure to be in the midst of great minds. I joined the meeting yesterday and I was taking lots of notes. So I have a feeling a lot of you are like me, unrepentant, lifelong learners. We learn every day until we breathe our last breath. Thank you so much, Audrey, for the opportunity. And thank you for staying yielded. I must say that a lot of work clearly went into putting this together. So many thanks to you and your organizing team for all the great work behind the scenes. Thank you for bringing us here to both give value and receive value. Very quickly, we would move on to today's topic titled Health is Wealth. Health is Wealth. Well done to my previous speakers, co-speakers. You've done a great job, and I must say you have helped me do part of my job. So let's get on with this. Trailblazers, let's have a conversation. Tell me, what is the most valuable asset for your career success? What is the most valuable asset for your career success? I'd like to see some responses. Absolutely, absolutely. That is you, and of course, your health. What is the joy of success if you are not healthy enough to enjoy it? What is the joy of success if you're not healthy enough to enjoy it? We will be speaking about health is wealth. Truth be told, we can spend the rest of today talking about health is wealth, but I understand I'm restricted to a certain amount of minutes, so I will stick within the time. We can always take this conversation out of here. According to WHO, that's the World Health Organization, health is defined as the state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. I know that a lot of times when people think about health, they just think about the physical because that is what they can see. But tell you what, the mental is crucial as well. And when we hear the word mental, I don't want you thinking about mental illness. I'm referring to mental health, everything that has to do with our minds. We cannot see our mind, but we can see the outputs and the things that come out of our mind. That is a crucial component of our health, our physical health, our mental health, and our social health. If we have a sound body without a sound mind, how can we function? If we have a sound mind without a sound body, how can we function? And of course, because we do not live in isolation, we're surrounded by people. One of the speakers yesterday said, no man is an island and we cannot do life alone. And so we need social connections. And that is yet a third component of health, physical, mental, and social. And 3 of those interact beautifully to give us the sort of health that we seek. I'd like to remind us of this scripture, 3 John 1:2. It says, "Beloved, I wish above all things that thou mayest prosper and be in health, even as thy soul prospereth." I know we're familiar with this scripture. While our soul is prospering, we need our bodies, our minds, and indeed our social connections to prosper as well. It was Mahatma Gandhi who said, "It is health that is real wealth, and not pieces of gold and silver." It is health that is real wealth and not pieces of gold and silver. You may amass lots and lots of gold, silver, and whatever currency. Of course, this quote is nicely engraved in a $100 bill. No matter how much you have amassed, if you do not have the health to carry out your life's assignments, to fulfill purpose, then you truly do not have wealth. Let me take us down memory lane to our nursery school. I wonder who remembers this nursery rhyme. Early to bed, early to rise. I'll pause there, fill in the blanks. I know I have some people here who would remember with very great memory. All right, great stuff. Thank you. So early to bed, early to rise makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise. Does that tell you something, that there is a connection between health and wealth? We're speaking on health is wealth. I work as an occupational health physician, so you would imagine that day by day, I have dealings with workers. And today is World Workers' Day. So congratulations and happy Workers' Day to everyone out there, whether you are an employee or an employer. As workers, in my day job, I interact with workers of all kinds, all shapes, all sizes, different walks of life. And it is clear to me how their health interacts with their work and how their work interacts with their health. I have here a little diagram showing that interconnectedness between both entities. If you are healthy, you can do better work, better quality work. Remember, when I say health, I'm referring not just to physical health, but also mental and social health. You can do better work, your productivity is higher, your performance, and so on and so forth. On the other hand, work affects health. There are certain kinds of jobs that expose people to all kinds of hazards and risks. Our earlier speaker, the barrister, went to town when he talked about the Factory Acts, the Labor Act, and so much more. And the fact that the environment we work in is critical, that it is in the right form so that we can do our best work. Because a bad environment or environment that is filled with hazards can affect health adversely. In my job, what we do is promoting and maintaining the highest form of physical, mental, and social health amongst workers. We want to ensure that our workers can stay at work and stay healthy while they're at work and deliver for the business. We want to ensure that the work does not diminish or cause their health to take a different turn. Tell you what, the cost of neglecting health is huge, not just for the employee, but also for the employer. Statistics have it that up to $530 billion, yes, you heard that right, in the US, annually, about $530 billion accounts for health costs, huge health costs, as a result of disability, presenteeism, and absenteeism. You probably are thinking, what is presenteeism? I haven't heard that before. I'll tell you a bit more. We're all familiar with the term absenteeism, where people have to be away because of ill health. But on the flip side, people sometimes show up at work even when they're not in the best form of health, and that is presenteeism. Present, but absent. Now, with presenteeism, any individual that shows up in that form is not likely to do their best work. And so the employer is paying them the same thing as though they were doing their best work. So the employer is losing. And that individual can indeed affect or can pose a risk to not just himself, but to other colleagues and other co-workers. So presenteeism is a huge problem, as well as absenteeism. When health is neglected, It affects individuals mentally as well. There could be burnout, which is at the extreme. Health costs, like I said, will be staggering, both for the employer and for the employee. It reduces productivity and, of course, performance. You would agree with me that a healthy workforce is crucial to the success of any organization. No matter how skilled or qualified the people are, no matter how many certifications and years of experience they have under their belt, if they are not healthy and high performing, what's the success of that organization? How possible is that? Let's take a look at some of the benefits of prioritizing our health and our well-being. One key thing there is we can increase our energy. I don't know if some of you here are French scholars, but there is something called joie de vivre. That is the joy of living. When we prioritize our health and our well-being, there is that joy of living. Day by day, you wake up with a spring in your steps, ready to go and conquer your world. It helps to improve focus and decision-making, because with a sound mind, you can think through things with clarity and you can make better decisions, higher quality decisions. Prioritizing our health and well-being can enhance creativity and innovation that a lot of organizations seek, can improve productivity, and it helps us to stay healthier for longer. We want to stay healthier for longer. We want to live a full, healthy, impactful, productive, and purposeful life. What else? It helps us set ourselves up for success. Individuals and organizations have missions, visions, we have goals, we have achievements and things we've set out to do. The previous two speakers spoke about career mapping. She said we should be intentional about our career mapping. Yes. So we have a nice map all laid out. Without health, we cannot execute. When we prioritize our health and well-being, we can add value to the world. We can add value to the world. I want you to picture yourself or rather picture a water dispenser. We all know water dispensers are strategically positioned at different points in our homes and offices. If you go to a water dispenser with a cup, what do you expect? You want to be able to turn it on and get a nice cup of water, whether chilled or hot. If you go there and it's empty, nothing comes out, you will be quite disappointed. So picture yourself as that water dispenser. You are full of value. You are full of lots of things deposited in you. Yesterday, one of the speakers, I think it was Swanu, who talked about value. And I think more than one speaker talked about value yesterday and how that our values serve as our compass and so on. And the fact that we carry value so that we can dominate the earth. If you carry this value and you cannot dispense it, of what good is it? As value dispensers, we need to stay healthy, and we do that by prioritizing our health and our well-being. I'd like you to take a close look at this image. It's a tree with a very rich spread of roots, and of course, even the shoot, the branches, the leaves, and so on. There is so much under the surface that we cannot see. Most times we just see the leaves and the branches, but take a look at what is under the surface, right under the soil. There is stress, poor diet, lack of sleep, poor relationships, lack of exercise, trauma, nutritional deficiencies, and so on. When we do not prioritize our health and well-being, these and more find themselves under the soil, but not very visible to the naked eye. And so what results? Because it is usually from down up that things emerge. Various health conditions that we refer to as non-communicable diseases, they're on the increase at the moment. If you look around, family, workplace, and so on, you probably know quite a few people that are dealing with one health condition or the other. Some are on medication for long term. So when we have those issues underneath the surface, things like heart disease, cancer, diabetes, depression, hormonal imbalances, and so on can result. I'll tell you, studies have shown that about 80% of heart disease, stroke, and type 2 diabetes could be prevented if only we could make the right adjustments to our health and our lifestyle. 80% of premature deaths are due to lifestyle factors. So things like poor diet, lack of physical exercise, tobacco use, exposure to toxins, and so on, have been implicated in premature death. I was in a meeting last week, and the convener she came in with a really low mood, saying that she felt really bad that in recent times, she has lost quite a few friends, and these are all young people. There is a lot going on in our environment. There is a lot going on in the world at large. Studies have also shown that about a third of common cancer cases can be prevented if only we can adopt healthy lifestyles. Let's move on. So do you know, if I ask you right now what your shoe size is, or your shirt or your dress size, without even blinking, you would probably just tell me. You would all read out your numbers. But do you know your health numbers? You have a role to play in knowing your numbers. And when I say numbers, what am I referring to? Your blood pressure, your blood sugar, your cholesterol, your body mass index, your waist hip circumference. These are important numbers to know. Why should you know these numbers? Because if these numbers are out of range, they can increase the risk of all kinds of health conditions. But if you have an idea of what these numbers are because you check them often, then you can take action early. What else can you do to take control of your health and your well-being? Sow a seed in the soil of your life. Remember the tree we just looked at a few seconds ago? You have a duty to sow a seed in the soil of your life. I would expand upon seed as we go along. The next thing I want to draw your attention to is your mind. Remember, we said health is composed of the physical, the mental, and the social elements. Your mind needs to be taken care of. I put it here as mind your mind. You need to mind your mind. We need to safeguard our gates. I bet we're familiar with the gates I'm referring to, the eye gates, the ear gates, the mouth gates. We need to be intentional about what we consume. Not every content is appropriate for us. Not everything. We must not succumb to FOMO. FOMO refers to fear of missing out. Sometimes people hop here and there just to get all kinds of information. And sometimes the information may be toxic to them. Maintain the right social connections. We cannot do life alone. We need supportive social networks, purposeful and meaningful relationships that would help our ministry, if you want to put it that way, that would help us on the right path as we map our lives. There are certain people we need to journey with and know those that probably are not headed in the same direction with you. Life is made up of ups and downs. No matter where you are or who you are, you would face ups and downs. What am I saying? We need to develop the resilience to navigate these crests and these troughs. Thank God for his grace that helps us. We develop the resilience to be able to bounce back when we face life challenges, as we all will. In the workplace, there are challenges. In the home front, everywhere you turn, there are challenges. But we can face this and come out even better. So earlier, I talked about sowing the right seed in the soil of your life. Let's take a deep dive into what seed exactly means. It is an acronym meaning sleep well. The S there stands for sleep well. How do you sleep well? When I say sleep well, we're referring to both the quality of the sleep and the quantity. Because sometimes it's possible to sleep for several hours, but then you wake up feeling like, you know what, I don't think I actually slept. What happened? The night was too short. That means that maybe the quality wasn't so great, even though you felt the quantity was enough. It's important to observe what we call sleep hygiene. Sleep hygiene. Where are you sleeping? What's the comfort level of your room like? Noise, in terms of the lighting. Do you eat heavy meals right before going to bed, and so on and so forth? Sleeping well is important. Sleep helps our memory. It helps. When we're sleeping, the brain is actually still active and moving things from short term to long term. So that's why on the days you've slept well, you wake up, you feel good, you feel sharp, you feel very, you feel like you can create and conquer the whole world. Sleep also helps the body's hormonal balance. It helps to control various hormones to keep us in the right state. Sleep also helps weight management. I know you're surprised to hear that, but yes, sleep helps weight management. And of course, it helps improve our quality of life. We're spelling seed. The first E stands for eat well. We've talked about sleep well. We're talking about eat well now. When I say eat well, what do I mean? Eat food that has the right food classes. Yesterday, I think it was Blessing that said, when her bio was read, it said that she was big on healthy food. Yeah, she wants to change the world one healthy meal at a time, something like that, and absolutely spot on. Our meals, what do the meals consist of? Balanced meals. We need fruits, vegetables forming about 50% of our meals. About a quarter should be composed of protein-rich meals, and then, of course, the remaining quarter should be composed of fiber-rich carbohydrates. We need to minimize processed foods. I mean, all of the junk and so on really do not help us much. Then, of course, the portions. So when I say eat healthy, eat the right classes, please don't go eating mountains. Portion control is important. Second E is exercise well. Exercise well. So WHO has recommended that an average adult needs to exercise up to 150 minutes per week. I know it sounds like a lot. How on earth can we do this? So if you break it down across 5 days, that would be 30 minutes in that span of 1 week. So it's not always possible to do 30 minutes in one go. So you can split it up in the course of the day. So maybe you just have 15 minutes to do something, you get that done, you carry on with your day. While at work, you can then find short bursts of time in between to still make it up. 150 minutes over 5 days in 1 week of moderate intensity exercise, and you will be well on your way to reducing your risk of non-communicable diseases and several others. So tell you what, exercise not only helps your physical health, it also helps your mental health a whole lot. You will agree with me that when you're feeling low and you just step out, take a brisk walk, it improves your mood in certain ways. And that's because something we call endorphins surge once we engage in exercise. And then, of course, the final letter, D, stands for drink water well. Yes, I'm trying to play with the word well. You noticed, right? I said, sow the right seed to be well. So that's why we're doing everything well. Drink water. Hydration is extremely important. The body needs water to carry out a lot of the chemistry that goes on in the body. Joints, our cells, they all need water. Most of our body is composed of water, as you very well know. So we often hear 8 cups a day. That is roughly 2 liters. We can do that. And in recent times, the weather has been quite hot. So that even gives you more reason to stay really hydrated. So an average of 8 cups a day, which amounts to 2 liters, will be useful. And of course, it mustn't only be water, but anything healthy liquid would help you. We're talking about sowing a seed. Remember, we reap what we sow. Every choice we make is a seed. So my question to you is, what are you sowing? What choices are you making? That is what you will reap. Let me share a few more tips for improving our health and well-being. Recall, I mentioned the mental component of our health is critical. That is the seat of our emotions, our intellect, and so on. So we need to learn to be mindful. We need to learn to be mindful. Being in the moment. Sometimes we overthink everything. We go too far forward. While it is great to plan, we shouldn't get into the phase or the space of overthinking, where you now go from overthinking to anxiety and paralysis sets in and everything just goes haywire. Learn to savor the moment you're in. It's called present because it's called presence because you should be present, and it is a gift. Spending time in nature, like I mentioned earlier, how exercise can improve your mood. So there's a practice the Japanese are known for. They call it forest bathing. Forest bathing. Now, you're not taking any bath in the forest. It is known as, in the indigenous term, it's called Shirin Yoku. And what they do, they just take a walk in a place that is, that has a lot of greenery. And while they do that, they just calm. It has a calming effect. They take deep breaths and they just sort of let their mind and their brains just air and, release the tension. It's been proven scientifically that that practice is very helpful in dealing with stress. What else can we do? We can set boundaries and manage our tea. Tea here is not referring to green tea, black tea, or whatever other kind of tea. Tea is an acronym I coined. T stands for your time, E stands for your energy, and A stands for your attention. Now, these three things are like currency. I mean, why do we say spend time? Just like we say spend money, right? Spend time. Why do we say expend energy? Why do we say pay attention? You see, they're like currency. And these three things, if you don't manage them well, you will be depleted at the end of the day, because people left, right, and center will come placing demands on your tea every day. And if you are depleted, you cannot be in the right frame health-wise. What else can we do to improve our health and well-being? Let us stay grateful. Be grateful for even tiny things. Be grateful. Just being alive, being able to show up in this trailblazing conference. Be grateful for the opportunity. There are lots and lots of things to be grateful for day by day. If only you would look, you would find them. At the end of every day, why don't you try this exercise? Write out 3 things you are grateful for at the end of every day, and then watch how things pan out for you. Next is self-care. Self-care is by no means selfishness. It is pausing to look after yourself. A lot of times we spend ourselves solving problems for everyone on the surface of the earth, while we suffer in various ways, mentally and otherwise. Take time to look inwards, to nourish yourself, to water your own garden. It is important. Just as you look out for others, remember to look out for yourself. Practice self-compassion. Sometimes we are too hard on ourselves, but we need to have compassion on ourselves sometimes. We need to learn to cut ourselves some slack. You work so hard, you do a whole lot. Take a deep breath, pause, give yourself a pat on the back. You're doing well. There is room for improvement, yes, but you are doing well. What else? Take breaks and unplug. We all have our phones and we know how it is when the battery runs out entirely. It's totally flat. We know how long it takes to recharge the battery. We don't have to wait till our batteries run flat at the point where we're burnt out and then we want to try to recharge. It takes a longer time after one burns out to come back to their normal state. So understand your body, know the season you're in, know what you can handle per time, and know when to take a break before you get to that point of flat out battery. As I conclude, I want to remind us of a few things. You are your most valuable asset, so you need to invest in you. You need to prioritize your health and your well-being. And here, I'm not just speaking to us as individuals. I know we have employers on the call. Organizations need to prioritize the health and the well-being of their staff as well. Because if you have a workforce that isn't in good shape, how on earth are they going to perform? How on earth would you have a productive and a profitable company? That is why increasingly more and more organizations are embracing wellness programs. And I implore any organization here on the call to see the need to invest in a wellness program for your employees so that they can promote their health, protect and maintain the highest forms of physical, mental, and social health. Without a sound body and mind, trailblazers, you cannot achieve wealth and success in other aspects of your life. We've learned so much since yesterday and, we've taken a lot of notes and we're pumped up. But if you do not have a sound body and mind, I don't know how you would execute on all of those. Poor health can impact your career advancement and your overall well-being, can impact your relationships as well. So let us learn to maintain a healthy work-life. You're waiting for me to say balance. No, I'm not about to say that. A healthy work-life harmony. Why we're saying harmony right now is because balance can be tricky, right? Balance almost gives an idea that everything must be 50-50, and truth be told, things are never really 50-50. But we can find ways to integrate our work and our life, because work is a component of our life. They're not on opposite sides. Work is a subset of the entirety of our life. I think it was a barrister that talked about, employees making good use of their working time and employers respecting after hours and so on and so forth. And if they have to work beyond their working time, they should be compensated. So we also need to be disciplined enough to know when work stops. I mean, on the regular, once in a while, yes, maybe you need to do a bit extra and all that, but you need that harmony so that you can also attend to other aspects of your life. Healthy boundaries are important. One of the speakers earlier said, we need to learn to say no, and that indeed, no is a full sentence, totally. When you say your no, own it with your full chest. Your no also helps to protect your energy, protect your time, and protect your attention. You need to identify your stressors. What are those things that constitute stressors in your life? Name them, identify them, so that you can manage them and you can prevent burnout. While we want to achieve so much in life, which is a great thing, remember that we need to adopt God's pace. We do not have wheels under our feet. And even if we did, we cannot be everywhere all the time. We also cannot be everything to everyone all the time. We are not the all-sufficient one. Remember that. Hold God's hands, adopt his pace, and you see how things will pan out for you. Finally, you cannot pour from an empty cup, so you need to take time to refill your tank. For those that that drive themselves or move around, you know how from time to time you need to stop at the fuel station to refill your tank. Otherwise, how do you go from point A to B? Life is a journey, and we're all headed somewhere. We need to have a decent amount of fuel in our tank to keep moving in the right direction. Before I wrap up, I want to draw your attention to a pledge, and I would like you, if you do not mind, to take this pledge with me. You can do so by raising one hand or by putting it on your chest. So let's do this together. I am my number one asset. I believe you're saying yours as well. I am my number one asset. I am responsible for my health and development. I will put in the work to stay healthy and develop myself consistently. I will harness the resources available to me and seek help where needed. I will become a better me as I fulfill my purpose on earth. So help me God. I would encourage you to take this pledge as often as you can, and not just take the pledge, but remember to actually deliver on this pledge. It reminds you that you are in the driver's seat. It reminds you that you need to take personal responsibility for your health, because we cannot be hearers only, but we should be doers. Mere knowledge is not power, but it is the application of this knowledge that is power. My question to you today is, what will you do differently? You've learned so much. You've taken copious notes. You're pumped up, ready to go, but hope it doesn't end after today. What would you do differently? I'd like to pause here and ask that you write down one commitment, one step, one action you would take to do something differently to optimize your health and the well-being and your well-being. Dear trailblazers, remember that health is wealth. Your health is your wealth. There is only one you. Remember yesterday we said be uniquely you. But for you to be uniquely you, you need your body, your mind to be sound, to move you from point A to B. If you don't take care of your health, who will? You are in the driver's seat. Draw up a goal, have an action plan, take action, and start today. Thank you, and it's back to you, Sister Audrey.
Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. A round of applause, please, for that wonderful session. A virtual round of applause. Yes, 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 yes. Thank you so much, ma. That was so good. So I learned tea management today. I didn't know that before today. Tea management, my time, my energy, my attention. I must learn to manage it and have boundaries, okay? So that I don't take so much of our time. We're going to be playing the welcoming the next speaker. We'll play her profile, and after that she will be coming up. The profile for Brightness, please. Thank you.
Brightness Alexander Sambo is a lover of Jesus and believes that one can never find fulfillment in life without him. Brightness pursues a career path in supply chain management with a focus in the oil and gas sector. She has years of experience in business development, sales, and procurement, as well as leveraging consultative selling strategies that build relationships across all targeted clients. Brightness is currently working in Fairtex Nigeria Limited and oversees all local and foreign procurement activities of the organization. She is happily married.
Good morning. Please let me know when you can see my slide. Can you hear me? Hello, can I be heard?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. So just give me a moment to bring up my slide. Please confirm you can see my slide. Sister Audrey, can you confirm you can see my slide, please?
Yes, I can see your slide.
Okay, thank you very, very much. Good morning, and thank you for this privilege, for this opportunity. I'm really wowed. When I saw the profile of, I'm like, wow, this is real. So I really, really appreciate this privilege to speak on this platform. I like to thank all the speakers. In fact, I have learned so much, and I know that this particular conference is just going to spark a lot of fire in me, and even to all those attending. It is indeed a privilege. It is indeed an opportunity, and I encourage everyone to please try to make the best out of all that you have heard, all that the speakers have said. I'm sure that by the end of it, you will not regret, because we want to add value to our life. We want to be better than what we have always been. That's the reason the organizers of this conference have been able to put this up. So I really want to appreciate you, Audrey, for this platform. Okay. I just go on to my my topic. I was given a topic to speak on what employees desperately want to tell business owners and managers and the supervisors. So when I got this, I'm like, well, it's something that I am in the middle, so I can have one or two things to say about it. And today, I'm just going to look at what the employees are expecting from their employer. So, dear employer, your employees want to feel a sense of belonging. They want open communication. They want work-life balance, recognition, a conducive workplace, perks and benefits. Who want to miss that? Opportunities for growth. They want you to care about their workload. And as well, they want to work from home because of the current dispensation that we are. So first of all, before I delve into this topic, it is very important to note that employees have a lot of options, a lot of plans. When you're coming out from school as a career person, you're already dreaming. I want to work in an oil industry. I want to become this. I want to become that. I would like to start from my own person. I came out, I did a course in the university, and I came out and found out that what I was doing has no correlation with what I am doing currently. And because I had a drive, I had a desire, I was open to learn, I was open to explore opportunities. I was not just restricted to what played out, what I was hoping or what my mates were doing. I was open. I was daring in my adventure I am today. So I just want to start by urging the young career people, the young people just coming out of the university, please, you have to focus on what it is you want. A lot of speakers have spoken about your career path, your planning, and how you should be intentional, know what it is you want, because that will give you a leap into what you are expecting. So in as much as we are focusing on this topic about employers, what they should do for the employees, I will also, at the end of the day, make mention about what employees should do for their employers. So we take a look at okay, the key points to feel a sense of belonging. I've said there, employees want their employers to acknowledge the inputs and be allowed the flexibility to contribute new ideas that can improve their work without being shut down. Nobody wants to be shut down. If you're an employer and you do not give room for opinions, you do not give room for contribution, you do not give room for an employee to be himself or herself, you'll be doing yourself harm. You will not get the best out of that person. So working over the years, I have come to, understood that this is very vital for an employer to recognize that the employee matter. It is not just you, putting out words for them, telling them what they need to do. You should just allow them to put up words for themselves, come up with their ideas. They want to feel valued. They want to have a sense of belonging, whether the work role is directly with clients or in the background, whether they are security, whether they are cleaners. They know that they want to feel that their contribution is gearing towards the success of the organization. If there's no cleaner and your customers come in, the place is all dirty, I'm not sure that your customers will accord you anything. So they matter. If the security person is not at the gate, opening the gate for your customers or your clients to come in, I'm sure that there will be a hitch somewhere. If the person at the front desk is not there to give a welcoming or a very good atmosphere, I'm sure there will be something missing. So all this play a role. Every employee matter, no matter the role. You do not have to create a barrier or a gap to say this particular person matters most, this person, because you are playing the role directly with the maybe my clients, that means you are more valuable. They want to be valued no matter their level. They want to know that the organization cares for them. So they want to expect clear feedback from their line manager. So if there is no feedback, if there is no communication back to them, something will be missing. So it's very important that line managers, supervisors pay attention, because everyone, no matter how low or how high they are, they want to feel that they are part and parcel of the organization, that their opinion counts. There is no one that should be treated as low or insignificant. So this is very, very important, because you find out in many organizations where preference is given to just a few category, maybe the top class, or people that are performing maximum to the organization. They tend to relegate or ignore the junior staff or those that are not so up there. So it's very important that you take note, that you pay attention to this, because this affects their performance. This affects their outcome. This affects how they relate or how they see the organization. It's still, this flows through open communication. Employee want to know that they can talk to their employer, they can have a communication, they can be heard. So ignoring what an employee has to say will crush the morale and have a negative impact on the company culture. Ensure your employees feel and know that they are heard, and when they share their ideas or concern, like I said earlier, they want to be heard. They want to know that my input matter, that I am heard, not when I come up with a suggestion, an idea that could actually improve the organization, that can actually add value. Then because he or she is a junior staff, or he or she does not really, you don't see the person as someone that can bring such idea, you play it down. You notice, if you can give room, allow the person to express himself or herself, no matter how stupid the suggestion might be, you will find out that that idea could yield great results for the organization. There has been ample of situations where in organization, the least, maybe a cleaner comes up to make a suggestion, something that maybe the manager or the supervisor never even paid attention to, but that suggestion, transformed the organization, because the employer listened, understood, tried to give room and not shut down. So if you're such an employer that you are not even listening to what your employees are saying, you're not paying attention, you're not giving audience when they come to discuss something to you, it's just really going to mar on the organization. So if an employer feels important and valued, make sure that to give them full attention during conversations. Don't shut them down. Do not think they don't have anything to offer, because everyone's opinion counts. No one sat in an organization and came up with such a beautiful idea. It is mopping up different contributions from different people that brings up the environment that we come to see. For instance, right now we have a lot of rules being set. I'm sure it was people that sat down and understood that, okay, this is how this should be, because this is lacking, we can bring this up, and these have gone a long way to build the organization. So employer, please communicate, listen to your employers, give them an opportunity to express themselves. Do not devalue them, do not demean them, do not make statements that will make them to run into their shell, because that would also reflect in their performance. Once you are shutting someone up, no matter how stupid that suggestion might be, please, you have a nice way to be able to tell the person, please, this is how to do it. Gently and lovingly correct that person. Do not allow the person feel, I don't have anything to say. You can sit in meetings upon meetings and the person will never say a word, because the person feels, even if I say this, it will not be accepted. So why don't I just shut my mouth? Why don't I just sit and listen and do as I'm told without having anything to say? So please, communication is vital. Please listen, pay attention. It's very, very important. Otherwise, you will have a workforce that you will not be happy with. Another aspect that employees are looking at is work-life balance. I think in course of the various presentations made by different speakers, we've had this. For instance, the doctor that just spoke, she had talked about this work-life balance. You don't burn yourself. All you do is work, and then you forget that you are one person. You are not two. You are not a superhuman. You do not have double life. You don't have 9 lives like the cat. You are just one person. So when you work at your, the official hour, come back home and be able to, pay attention to the home front. So I said employees want to have a good job as well as a good home. Nobody wants to just have the office and then you do not have where you can call your home. So spending too many hours in the office will take a toll at home. At the same time, it can be drudgery if an employee does not feel needed in the office. So there must be work-life balance. Work in the office is important. Home is also important. So employers have to understand this and then make sure that the employees are, give the time that they have to spend in the office, let that be. When it is time to go home, please encourage them not to take their responsibilities back home. Home is home. Work ends by the time they are approaching the door. Once they enter the home, let it become home. So you offer your employees paid time off, paid sick time, and flex hours to encourage employees to manage their home responsibilities without sacrificing the time they need to spend on the job. Discourage from taking work home at the close of work to allow them family time. Do not, I say again, do not encourage your employees to take work home, especially those ones that are family people. Maybe you have employee that is married or a nursing mother or whatever. They want to also have a time for themselves, have the time for their family. They don't want to work and then at the end of the day, their home front is suffering. So there has to be a work balance. There has to be a time for work and a time for home front. So how can you also do that? You encourage them when they are on time off, because for the private sector, sometimes they don't have such beautiful packages like, let's say, the oil and gas, the IOCs, or paid time off. Time off, you should be paid for it. Sick time, you pay them. And then this will encourage them so that when they are at the office, they give 100% time, 100% concentration of their time to the work role that they have been deployed for. Otherwise, they will be burnt out. Otherwise, they will feel, oh, I'm just doing too much. How can I balance? And then you come home, you're having maybe your children at you. There's a whole lot of confusion. So let there be work balance. And like the doctor said, it also affects our health. If we do not have a work-life balance, you imagine you work all the way in the office and then you come back home, you're doing the homework, and then you rarely sleep. Before you know it, the next day you have to rush off again to work. So it's very important that employers encourage work-life balance for their employees, because this will bring the best. This will bring the best of them. If they've had enough time to rest, if they've had enough time for their family, they'll be happy. But if they are not, it will tell on the job. And you do not want to keep paying someone that is not performing maximally, somebody that is not bringing the best to the table, because instead of the person coming to work and giving full attention, the person might be sleepy, or the person might just be frowning, making a lot of mistakes. So this is very important for employers. When you are managing your employees, please, they want this to happen. So recognition is another aspect that employees want. You know, you give in your very best, you work on a project, and the organization made so much money on that project. And then at the end of the day, nothing is being said, nothing is being done to show, oh, I want to encourage you, you did this. It was because of your effort. It was because of what you did. That's why we got this contract. That's why we were able to achieve this milestone. Recognize and applaud the person. If you do not recognize them, it's very, very, very wrong, and it tells bad on them. So it's like I said here, it's demoralizing to put a lot of time and effort into a project only to have the recognition go to a manager or someone else on the team. No, you must, as an employer, recognize and applaud and accord the person who performed the best. If the person, for instance, you are bringing, there was a project that was being executed, and you are bringing one particular person sat down, maybe preparing a tender, and then the person gave in, there was no sleep, made sure, gave it the best, put up all the documents, and at the end of the day, the contract is won. That person that puts in 100% of his or her time, it expects to be, you know, applauded, expects something tangible to come from the employer to him or her because of the effort. Aside the fact that you're paying the person's salary, aside the fact that, oh, at the end of the month you'll be paid, let it be known that, okay, I am at effort. I'm acknowledging your input in this. That goes a long way to tell on the personality, to tell on the mindset of the person that, okay, this company, they value me. This company, they want my best. They are not just going to take my performance and give to another person and allow another person to take glory for what I did. That happens a lot. So I just want to take a cue from the organization I work. I really, really applaud the management. I really applaud my employer, because this is key for them. This is key for my employer. They recognize, they applaud you, they make sure that you are recognized, you are applauded, you are given your due. In every project that you bring up, it is something that has been an encouragement to staff. So even if, you know, nobody else, even if your manager is not, the managing director himself would come out to give you a handshake, call you out and say, oh, you did this. So this goes a long way to boost the person. It wants the person to give in more, because if you keep giving, and nothing comes out, nobody's encouraging you, nobody's telling you, well done. Nobody's saying, this thing you did, congratulations, keep doing it. It has a way of taking a negative toll on the person. So instead of only offering constructive criticism, look for opportunities to provide positive feedback and praise for a job well done to a deserving employee openly. not secretly. Bring the person up, maybe during a general meeting or whatever. Let it be known. Call the person, congratulate. So, because when you do that, the rest of the team will be encouraged. They were like, okay, that means if I can give it my best, I can get this. I can be recognized. Let there be room for such. Otherwise, if you do not, the other people will say, this person kept doing this and nothing came out of it. So why am I killing myself for it? You will not see the best. So I encourage employers to please pay attention. Pay attention to this aspect, because it's key. It's key to the productivity of each employee. The line managers need to pay attention. Do not try to overshadow the gifting. Do not try to overshadow, a talent in someone when your subordinate is coming up with an idea. Don't take it and own it. Encourage that person. Bring the person to the limelight. Let the management know, oh, this person has this great idea. Don't try to steal it. Don't try to take it from the person. So it's sorry, I'm seeing a hand up raised. Is that something for me? Are you calling my attention? Okay, I continue. Can I still be heard, please?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. So that's very important. So the next aspect that employees are focusing on, what they want to tell their employer, is that they need to have a conducive workplace. The workplace is where they spend 95% of their life, of their time, away from home, from morning till 5 p.m., 8 to 5, you're in the office. So it has to be conducive. It has to be a place where I can relax, where there is life, not a place where I will spend this number of hours and then I am not getting value. It's affecting, it's impacting in my health. So everything has to be in place. Conduciveness of workplace is very vital to every employee. Otherwise, it will affect your performance. Otherwise, it will affect your productivity. So this aspect has to be paid attention to by every employer. It might seem as though, after all, you can do anything. It has to be very, very conducive. So do not play down conduciveness of work environments. Employees expect the workplace to be comfortable enough such that it allows them to be more productive mentally. That is key. Because if you're in an environment that is noisy, it's an environment that is hot, you cannot produce, you can't be productive. Because for those that are always working maybe on the system, those that need to have creativity, you need an environment that is calm, an environment that can allow you to think, an environment that can allow you to focus. When you are being distracted here and there by noise, or maybe your work environment, maybe a loudspeaker coming from the outside affecting you, you're being distracted, maybe you're just maybe hearing music play that has nothing to do with what you are doing. It's going to just take away from you. So an environment that should be mentally, emotionally, and physically, that is very important. Encourage such environments. The workstation must be ergonomic enough to avoid poor body posture. You go to some organizations, they are like, you find out the chair that they are sitting is not such that can encourage. You finish working and then you're going back home with all manner of pains, with all manner of sickness, and you can't even explain where it's coming from. So you have to make sure that you have ergonomic chairs for your employees to sit, because they sit for long hours. You have to give them that privilege. It is something to be encouraged. Like one of the speakers talked about, the lighting must be suitable, because you don't want to work, you're working on the system and the only light you're seeing is the system light, and at the end of the day, your eyes are affected. Once you do not have the eyes anymore, you're out of the job. So these are the things that the employers need to pay attention to. Let the environment be lighted enough. Their conditioning must be functional and not for decoration. So you just go to some companies or some firms and you see they have AC, but the place is entirely hot. You cannot function, you cannot think, you cannot be productive in such an environment, given to the current weather condition that we are having. So if the air conditioning is not working, please, employers should try to make it work. Hello? Please confirm you can still hear me.
Yes, we can
hear you. Okay. Okay, so I was talking about the conducive work environment. So it's very important that employers would pay attention to the work environment, because this has a great impact on the performance of your employees. Technology has made it possible for people to step away from a desk and still stay connected. So give them the freedom to wander with a good laptop and strong Wi-Fi connection throughout the building. So gone are the days that people are just restricted to a desktop. Make available laptops to your employees so that they can work anywhere. They can work anywhere, not having to just sit in front of a desktop. Give them a laptop that they can move around with. We have internet connectivity that it does not restrict at any place. So with this, they can be free to work anywhere. They can be free to still perform and to give you the best. So conducive environment cannot be downplayed when it comes to employer provision. So please, if you're an employer listening in, or as an employee looking out, please make sure that you look out for this and make sure that you speak up about this, because you do not want to downplay your health. You do not want to downplay what you are looking at achieving. If your environment is not conducive, it will affect you. And when you are not performing maximally, you will end up losing your job. Let your employer know that these are the things I need to perform maximally at my job. If you do not open your mouth to say, they will not know. You have to cry out. You have to talk about it. Because if you do not talk, nobody will know what you're suffering. You will not die in silence. So employers, this is one of the aspects that needs to be paid attention to. Perks and benefits. Who does not like benefits? Who does not like, some handouts? Employees love this. It motivates them. So little motivators can go a long way to boost productivity and encourage employees to optimize their efforts. Yes. No matter who you are, anybody just comes up to give you something, you will see the joy, you will see how happy, the boost it will give to you. So it's amazing to see how much leverage the company can get by offering the right benefit and perks. So from time to time, give the right benefit, give them treats for performance. If somebody does well, let there be a package, maybe, okay, take this card, go to this restaurant, go and eat. It has a way of boosting that person. Don't just say, okay, I'm paying you salary now. That should be enough. After all, that's what you signed for. That's what you agreed. So why are you complaining? There should be room. There should be room. And employers should know when this can come up, when this can occur. Otherwise, it becomes a problem. It becomes a burden. So if you are an employer, please, I encourage you to give tips, give this benefits to your employees. It would boost their mood. It would make them to be more productive. Then, opportunities for growth. Everybody wants to grow. Nobody wants to remain the same level. I like to talk on this, opportunity for growth. I saw an opportunity for growth in the current organization I am working in. I worked previously with an organization that was just like maybe 2-3 people, and I was like the most knowledgeable person in that organization. I was like the lead, and I just came out from school like 2 years afterwards, and that was just like my very first professional job. But I didn't know Jack. I didn't have a clue. I did not have anybody to look up to. I have to be learning by myself. I needed something to encourage me, something that will make me better. I needed people I can look up to. I needed an organization that I could learn. So that made me to start thinking, okay, where can I go? Which organization am I seeing an opportunity? When I first got to the organization I'm working with right now, the first interview I had, I could listen. I listened to the MD talk to me, and all I could hear, in his voice, he was not voicing it out, but all I could hear was, this is a place I like to grow. This is a place I know there's a future for me. Because at the moment, there was no big paycheck that was as I was expecting, but the prospect was there. I knew that if I stay with this organization, I was going to grow. So employers should give their employees an opportunity to grow. So that made me to leave. When I left my previous organization, it was like, President, why are you leaving at this time? Is it the money? Is it, okay, let's talk about it. I'm like, no, it's not about the money. It is about, I think I need a shift. I need a change. I want to learn something new. I want to be different. I'm done. I'm not okay where I am. I want something that is going to challenge me. And that gave rise to where I am today. And when I joined my organization where I am right now, I did not really know much, but I was willing and accepted the challenge that came. Every challenge that came, I did not say, oh no, I cannot do this. I don't know how to do it. But I found out that as I solve problems, as I troubleshoot, as I brainstorm by myself, I became better. And over time, I had to start grooming people in that department. A department was formed because of me being there. So that was as a result of an opportunity that was available for me to grow. I did not just wake up to say, okay, I can do this. But somebody saw a quality in me and said, okay, I think this lady can do this. And I embraced the challenge. So many people find it hard to be motivated when they feel stagnated in their job. Employers should offer opportunities for growth so that employees can see a pathway up the career ladder. Do not allow them to stay the same way they came to your organization. They will stay there. They are not going forward. They are just, maybe you came as an accountant, just a bookkeeper. You remain a bookkeeper. You are not, you're not encouraging the person to say, okay, I think you can be can go back to school. You can become an accountant, a professional accountant. When you see this, because some people are afraid, oh, if I encourage this person to grow, that means this person will leave my organization and go to another place or will demand more pay. Of course, if the person is adding value to your organization, why not? You should increase the pay of the person. Do not still downplay the person. Encourage your employees to grow, create opportunities. In fact, push them from month to month, quarter to quarter. Tell them, okay, what are your plans? What project are you? What program are you running? Are you looking at improving yourself in this area or something? So, I'm almost going down there. So these are one of the things that employees want to know. Then care about the workload. Their workload, some of them might not really have to come and shout it. Be attentive. So some employees will come right out and say when their workload has become too much to handle. Some, however, will exhaust themselves, working long hours to try to accommodate the workload and burning themselves out along the way. Do not allow them to burn. So when you hear things like, I cannot hear myself, line managers should learn to listen for it, as this may mark the beginning stage of exhaustion. Nobody wants to carry so much workload. In our own time, you say, oh, I beg, I'm not thinking myself, no my power. So encourage line managers to try to look into the workload that every employee is handling to make sure that they are not burnt out. Let them learn to prioritize what is needed and let them learn to, delegate, and just that will take the trouble off them. So because of the advent of COVID and all that happened, people want to work from home. It's another aspect. So some employees will come right out. The work from home industry is growing and expanding, with many employees focusing on positions that would allow them to stay in the comfort of their own home and deliver the job. So let it be flexible. Even if you don't have a full-time work from home position in your organization, please consider giving employees the option to work from home once or twice a week if the job allows, especially with the economic situation in the country. So it's technology has made it possible that we can deliver a job wherever we are. You don't have to show in the office every day to still perform. You can stay in the comfort of your home and deliver the job, deliver on the project. Gone are the days that I have to report every day to work every day before I can perform. No. So create that. Let that be a flexibility. For instance, if someone has been working maybe from year to year, every day to the office, why don't you just, okay, maybe this week you can come to work maybe three times, have 2 days, work from home. This will encourage the person. So let employers look into this. So my final tips, takeaway for employers: be accessible to your employees. Do not be distant. Do not be such an employer that they'll be afraid to come to. They will not be able to access you at any point in time. So please be accessible to them. When you're accessible, you'll find out that you make things easy. Seek feedback from your employees. Do not just talk to them. Listen. Ask questions, how you are faring, how you are doing. Are you a good boss, or are you too harsh, or what exactly are you doing wrong that you need to hear them tell you back? So listen. If you are not listening, it will be difficult. If you are just the type that, okay, have you done this? Have you done that? You should be able to sit back and listen back to your employees, tell you how they are doing, what they don't like, where they are suffering, or what they need to be changing. Openly reward performances, like I had already said. Do not forget, this tip boosts the productivity of your employees. Encourage your employees to grow. This cannot be overemphasized. Encourage growth. Growth would add value. Growth would add value to the life of your employee. It will make them see that, oh, this organization actually valued me and they want me to do better. Then employer, please build trust with your employees. Let them trust you. When you say, okay, I'm going to pay salary this month to so and so time, and it did not come, please go back to them to tell them the reason why it's not coming. If you are consistent in building trust, you are consistent in explaining and making them, you are open to them. When the salaries are delayed, they will understand. They would say, okay, this is the reason why this is happening. Do not be such an employer that would just treat your employees anyhow. Let them build confidence. Let them build trust in you. When your yes is yes and your no is no, they would come to rely and trust you. So that was to employees. So this goes to the employee. That was to the employer. This goes to the employer. So dear employee, understand that you can go to an organization.
Sorry, Brightness. Please, we're pressed for time. If you can wrap up. Somebody else is actually doing this topic.
Okay. Okay. So it's just a last note. So the employer, understand that you can go to an organization with a bucket list of expectations and be disappointed if you do not have the right mindset about your employer from the beginning. Therefore, let your heart be right. Do not let money be your drive. Rather, focus on the experience you will gain in the long run. Be reliable, be a problem solver. Always be your best. Do your best. Allow God to define himself. Thank you. Thank you.
Questions. Thank you so much. Thank you. I pray our employers are hearing the things that are, dear to us, the things we value, the things we would really want them to give to us and do for us. That we will give them our best, to give them our time and everything. All right. Thank you so much, Brightness. For our last and final speaker, she'll be coming up now. Before she comes up, I'd like to say something. I also posted on the group. A lot of us have carried things that we have learned and we want to go back to say, oh, this is supposed to be implemented here and all of that. We'll do something in the group to teach us about how to present things and not just come off as, being a problem or being an issue, so that we don't come off, we don't send the wrong vibe, we don't come off as being a problem. So you're introducing something, but you're not coming with the energy of give me this thing or I go. It's the energy of we can improve this place, we can make it a better place to work, we can improve everything that we do, our efficiency, our effectiveness, by implementing or making certain changes, either all at once or piecemeal. So we'll discuss all of that in the group. Let's call on the last and final speaker for the day. Thank you for staying so far. Can we get the profile, please, for the last speaker?
Blessing Adezi Ilenya, a trained chef and recipe developer who believes in saving the world one delicious meal at a time. Her firm belief in eating healthy influences her dishes and choice of ingredients. She has a passion for business growth and structure, as well as financial intelligence and all things nutrition. Blessing is an intuitive serial entrepreneur with a notch for sniffing out profitable investments in a world of endless business opportunities. She is the founder of McBrackers Limited and also sits on the board of numerous companies. She is a certified personal finance trainer and mentor and is the founder of the Finance Nation, a financial organization that is currently training and mentoring people to master the art of making, managing and multiplying money, identifying the leaks in their purse and succeed in their personal finance journey. Blessing's background is business administration and management and had a little romance with the banking sector before venturing into the world of business. She holds multiple certifications and is an ardent reader with a voracious appetite for learning.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you, Audrey. Thank you for this amazing opportunity. Thank you for all the speakers. It has just been, awesome. So, okay, let me quickly. From the first person. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Barrister Izuchukwu, Dr. Folusho, and everyone who has spoken. Brightness. Thank you so much. It's been awesome. And today we'll just, a quick one. I'll just do more like a summary, and we'll just, it's supposed to look at what we, the employers, were expecting from the employees. Brightness has told us everything the employee wants. And so we want to also share what we want as employers from you. And Brightness did quite a lot. So first, we want you to be authentic. I just had to summarize everything so that, why is this not moving? Okay. I want you to be authentic. What does this mean? It's actually a place where we want you to be real, to be yourself. So, when Brightness was teaching, I was like, okay, interesting. We appreciate it if you can share most of these things, but we notice sometimes when employees they expect a change, they come with so much violence, with so much violence. And that's because there's a lot of bottled up emotions. Most time you're asking, is there any suggestion? You have a meeting, you're asking, and then everybody, no, it's fine, it's fine. And you go out there and you're murmuring and all of that. We want you to be authentic. We want you to be real. Psychologists sees it as a form of you trying to be well yourself. So once you're authentic, you're actually giving yourself that permission to live well, okay, to be yourself. And being yourself doesn't mean you should be rude. It's not the same thing as being rude. Let me say my mind the way it is. There is the part where you need to be, you need to bring in tactics, and then you're able to express yourself in a way that your employer is going to look at it and say, okay, I think you can consider this. Audrey just said something now. You don't have to go back to your office and say, hey, see all the things they listed, though. This one, you have to do this, you have to do that. You need to check your environment very well. And you have to manage whatever is there properly. The next thing we also have to look at is that we want you, we want you to be at that point where you should get better. I don't know why my slide is not moving, but okay. You should get better. Now, when you show up for interview, you presented a whole lot. Some people just probably left school. After you service, they are sharing, okay, I just left school, maybe you have 1 or 2 years of experience. And then you come and you stay at that point forever. We want you to get better, and when Audrey's profile was going as a man, I'm challenged. 3 masters. I'm challenged. And if you ask our employer didn't pay for that's those for those qualifications, get better, because we know that the moment you get better, you're going to bring better value. There is this, the place for trainings, you know, in-house trainings, and you can also be sent out to go and get more trained. But on your own, you should have a goal. You should have that plan where you're actually planning to say, this is where I want to be by this time. You know, you can start with the free courses you can find online, and then keep getting better. So somebody is not giving you assignments, and then the employer is the one telling you, have you considered this? Have you considered that? Nobody pays you to come and sit down and remain the same person for years. And then you'll be wondering why they are, you know, bypassing you. People are coming into the system and they are getting ahead of you because you have just been stuck. And then most times if you ask them, because I'm into finance, the person they are telling you, there is no money, there is no money, because you don't want to take that step. So find a way to make sure you're getting better. The reason why somebody employed you in the first place is because you had something you were offering. You had something you were bringing to the table. Now, if you go there, you stay that way, year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, year, that's not how it works. Dear employees, we want you to get better. As much as you're in the system, you have known everything. We want you to know more. We are counting on you. We didn't hire you so that we'll be the ones who will be telling you what is the current practice. We want you to get better so that the system can run better. And then show loyalty. I had an experience where, you know, when my first time of venturing into the labor markets, after I went through all the trainings and everything, after a while, some companies came to poach some people. For me, even at that point, I didn't know better anyway, but by virtue of knowing morals, for me, it didn't go down well with me. And then some persons left. Of course, they looked like they were doing well. Some of us stayed back, you know. My father said one thing sometime. He said, it is too early for you. It is too early for you to know who is ahead, you know. And those people just left. There was no form of attachment to the place. It just felt like it's all about the money. Brightness mentioned something while she was trying to, you know, summarize what she was trying to say and addressing employees. It's not about the money most times, you know. It's for you to actually know that this place is going to bring this value to you and all of that. You can go to a place where you're well paid and then you're not exposed to trainings. You're not getting better. You're not, you know, it's just the money, that's all. If a place is offering you just money, I think you need to think twice. And showing loyalty means that nobody can have access to that organization's information through you. Any person that is asking, you know, especially if people come, maybe they're your boss's friend, they want to find, I mean, why are you passing through the window? If you're a friend to my boss, why don't you just walk up to him or her and ask? So you can be diplomatic about it, but you don't have to be the one that will sell out the organization, okay? Let it be part of your core values because it's going to guide you. So we expect that when you're in the system, nobody's, you know, we're not looking behind our shoulders because you're there. We don't know, you know, and I've heard people say, everybody, you know, we all have our price. Don't be priceless. Okay, be priceless. Show that loyalty and watch. Most times when you're doing most of these things, you think nobody's seeing you. It's a big lie. In fact, you'll be shocked if your organization has different, different branches. You'll be so shocked that some persons who are not even in the same states with you, they know what you're made up of. So most times, as you're trying to just throw yourself anyhow, be careful. Well seen, and I run a catering organization and some other ones. Most times, the staff think that the boss doesn't, they can be so mischievous and they think you don't know. We see, just that sometimes you're tired, and most times the person is already thinking of how to replace you. And that's why when things happen, if you want to, is it this small thing? That is not the reason. A lot has been happening, and they just keep quiet and feel, especially when they have talked to you, queried, advised. The next thing is, okay, let us replace this person because the person actually doesn't understand what it means to be loyal. Let me tell you, somebody we keep the person who is loyal above that one who feel they are very talented, they are gifted, they are the ones who know the job. If you don't have the right attitude and you know the job, we will let you go and keep the person who doesn't know the job but has the right attitude and is loyal. The person can be trained. So show loyalty, and then deliver results. One of the 13 behaviors of great people, number 3, is deliver results. There's no point giving excuses. Once something is assigned to you, make sure you deliver. The reason why you were hired is so that you can solve that problem. If you're on the payroll and you're still coming to ask me questions, I'll be wondering, so why do I have you here? Whatever it takes, make sure you deliver. Don't come up with different excuses and all. I used to have this amazing staff. You know how you just give someone you just let the person stay from the place of emotion. And every time the person goes through the training, and it almost feels like you keep repeating, because you still come back and ask you, so we're doing 10 cartons of chicken. So everything is literally, the information is on the board. Deliver results. I give you a story. I like to use it. 2 friends who left school the same time, their POP happened the same time, and then they got a job in a company. And it was a beverage company. Most of them were there, and one was not growing. You see the reason why I need to get better. The other one was doing so well. And after a while, he noticed his friend, because he called him his friend. The friend kept growing, kept getting promoted. And after, for a period of 7 years, the guy was already a line manager. And this person was still at the entry level. And then one day he submitted his resignation letter. He's not doing it. That if it was a lady, they say she's using bottom power. But when he submitted the letter to his boss that he wants to leave, the boss now saying why. He said, I have been here. I came into this organization with so and so person 7 years ago. He's currently a line manager. I'm still at the entry level. And the man now asked, is there any problem? Is there something we're not doing right? And all of that. He kept going on and on and on and on. And then the guy now said, okay, I'm going to give you an assignment after which you can, make your decision. I'll gladly accept your resignation. So the guy sent him, please go and find out what is the price. In this case, let me use watermelon or pineapple. You know, because we're introduced making a big factory. He said, go and find out the price of watermelon at a junction close to the office. The guy goes, comes back. He said, okay, I found out that watermelon is also maybe, let's say, 2.5 for one. The guy said, okay. Can you check if, you know, a bigger market can have it? The guy went, he comes back, okay, I found it for 2,000. He said, okay, what about, is there another? He said, no, the Aboki people, they did not even agree when I was pricing them. In fact, they were asking me if I'm not aware of what was going on in this economy. So he finished. The next day, told him, be here very early. And then the guy sat down with him. He calls that his friend, who is already a line manager. I said, in this case, let's say, Brightness, please, I want you to find out the price of watermelon, the current price of watermelon. We need to restock the inventory. So the guy and I said, okay, sir. All right, sir, on it. And that guy leaves and wasn't back till after like 3 hours. So the guy shows up with a full. The guy shows up with a full Excel sheet and says, sir, I went to the junction, I found out it was 2.5. So I decided to go to the market closer to us and discovered it was 2,000. But then there is this, you know, farm markets at so parts of the town. I got there, and luckily for me, I met the people who bring in these watermelons from the north. So I spoke to one of the Alhajis, and he told me a food truck contains this, and at this rate, you'll be getting it at 800 for 2.5 kg of watermelon. So, and I've also discussed with him if we can pay, we can have a 30 days payment plan. He has agreed. I've scheduled a meeting with, I've scheduled a meeting so I can be here tomorrow at 10 a.m. He will have to talk with you. And then one other thing, when he brings in the watermelon, he has people who are going to offload, people who are going to wash it when they get it to the office complex. And then, so we now showed him the Excel sheets. We've been able to take up the costs for the locals that we normally hire who come to do the washing of the watermelon. And then this is what the company is saving. And then we've also been able to take off the cost of offloading when they normally bring, so, and then this is what it's going to. And then based on this, we no longer take loan from the banks. So this guy is willing to give us 30 days, and then we'll pay him his money. So he's coming here, and then we can issue him an ID. When the guy was done, he left. The manager said, oh, that's nice, thank you. I'm going to schedule the, take note of the meeting so that tomorrow we can have the conversation. Please send me his number. And the guy just dropped everything and left. And now he's a friend. In fact, the friend was so ashamed of himself. The same assignment, different results. The same. The other one was wasting time. The manager was thinking for him. This one went ahead, even what the boss was not even contemplating, he brought it and he saved money. Please, he asked him between the two people. And the guy now said, please, sir, can you let me work under him? I want to be working directly with him. Because most times people spend so many, and nobody promotes you because of the number of years you are putting. We're paying you salary for that. Your promotion is because of the extra job, the extra work, the extra results you're bringing to the table. When we see that you have delivered results consistently, we say, good, this person, we're going to move the person because more assignments will be handed over to you. We have shown, we have proven. When Audrey was talking, she said, study to show yourself a workman who is worthy. So at this point, you've been able to prove that this person can handle more. So we take you up and assign people to be working with you so you can oversee, because there's a way you're thinking. So when an assignment is given to you, make sure you deliver results. Don't just do the barest minimum. The Bible calls it the extra mile principle. They say, take the bag to this place, take the bag, clear the place, do this, check. Your manager should not walk in and say, what? Who brought in my file? He says, sir, it's me. Consistent in doing that. He said, why do you have this cobwebs here? He said, hey, this cleaner will not kill somebody. Why? Your ad should work. It should function very well. So we want you to think for us, because that's why you're there. We want you to think ahead. We want you to be proactive. Just make sure, okay, a job is coming. What are the likelihoods that there is going to be some issues arising? Go ahead and do it. And then don't do like, it's not my job. Maybe they have project manager in this office. Sometimes you can be doing something and then you learn. It's in the process you even know, and God can push you. I think you're good. You're good with this project management thing. Why don't you take some courses on it and do it? There are people that when you tell them do this, they'll tell you it's not my job. It's not my job, even when they are doing nothing. And then you look at it, okay. And then there's this staff that you see, the person is willing. Okay, ma, what are we doing? There is somebody I have that if that person says I'm going, we will have proper conversation. And then we have people that when they say we are going, say, God, thank you. At least we don't go pay something. You're the one that chose to leave. Do you understand? Don't be that kind of person. There's a reason the first speaker said, don't create problems that you don't even know that you are the problem. Do you understand? We expect solution. When you're coming, don't be the fault-finding person. You see, this place, this one is not happening, this one is not happening. When you come, it's okay. I notice this is not in place. Is there a way we can do this? If you don't have solution, don't raise the problem. If you don't have solution, don't bother. Because at that point, we're thinking of the contracts we want to sign. We're thinking of the jobs that should come in so we can pay you salary. You don't even know what it takes to think on how to make sure that staff are paid. So we're thinking, okay, the accountant has submitted the payroll. You're looking through it, you're just wondering, okay, so this will have they paid. Who is owing us? Don't come and tell me what is not working in that office. Go and solve the problem. Go and solve it. It makes work easier. You become a more valuable person the day you start, making sure you solve problems, ensure that you deliver results. And then, I think this one, finally, embrace the ownership mentality. I don't know if us have heard of Ada of Zenith. Ada of Zenith has been with Zenith for 26 years. She joined Zenith as a corporate. Today, she's the CEO of Zenith. So technically, she's the one that Jim Ovia handed over to. That would not have been possible if she was not delivering results. We're looking for people who we can go into partnership with. Be that person. Embrace the ownership mentality. I have talked with so many business owners. The problem we have in our nation, in this part of the world where I live in Nigeria, in Africa. The problem we have is not unemployment. We have people who are not willing to be employed. They are unemployable and they want the money. They come, if you enter a place and you take it like your own, see, there's no, I don't know what to say, but I know that there are a lot of persons, including me, who are looking for people to come and own the business I have started. Come and own it with me. Because I'm at the point where, you know, every good entrepreneur has an exit plan. When you go in there and you look at it, I like this. I can be this. You know, as much as people say, you can't be wealthy working for somebody else. It's a big lie. Sometimes some employees who understand personal finance have more money than the employer. Because there are months that will flow in from, as in, an employer can go 3 months without earning, but the employee is earning. You're getting all your benefits because there's no way we can explain it. So when you come and you embrace this ownership mentality, it's easy for us to say, see, I think you should, you know, I want you to own this number of shares. You are putting this, you are putting that. Sometimes I just wonder if, you know, that is even possible. So don't go, some people are there because they want to copy, you know, then they go and start one small thing and be causing problem here and there. When you, as a professional, you get into a space and it is what you want to do, please embrace the ownership mentality. I'm telling you, this is what we desperately want to tell you as employees. As employers, to you, the employees. Every employer wants that employee that can come and take over the mantle. It's not everybody anyway, I understand. It is not everybody, but I can tell you 80% of the time, they are looking for. There's a company that I'm currently consulting for. If we see how they are looking for, because the husband and wife, they just want to rest. You see, if you can just see somebody that will understand our hearts and carry this thing, we're going to have profit sharing, we're going to do this. We're still looking for that person. Because the people that come, as you put them through the test of integrity, honesty, loyalty, and all of that, you're wondering why. If you own a place, you understand loyalty. If you own a place, you understand integrity. If you own a place, you represent your brand. I work with a real estate company. There's nothing another real estate company is going to give to me that I'm going to turn back. That's how committed I am to them. The day they start messing up, I will share and make sure advice. But you see, somebody tried to one time and, you know, make it look like I'm not supporting, I wasn't supporting the person, I'm starting my own, you are not encouraging me. I said, the reason I'm even talking to you is because you're a member of my community. If you are not a member of my community, it is conflict of interest. I am representing a brand. It's like I'm saying I'm brand ambassador for Coca-Cola. Then people are seeing me carrying Pepsi up and down. It doesn't work that way. The world understands that. We, the Christians, should also do that. So you can't, today they are seeing with Pepsi, today they are seeing Yo-Yo Bitters. Where are you? You know, where are you? Let somebody know where you stand. And then it makes it easy for you to even place demands. When you come and place demand, Bible says, come with your reasons. Even God will honor it. Okay. Embrace the ownership mentality. I think we have spent so much time, so I will just end here. And then if you have questions, you can send, trash it. If there's anything you want to ask furthermore, please try and reach out to me. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Deb Grew Advantage. Salute.
Thank you so much. It was so nice to finally hear from an entrepreneur, a business owner. You know, everything we've done from yesterday was from the employee side because, hey, it's a conference, right? Yes, the conference is giving voice to everything, career or professional life. It's the conference by professionals for professionals. However, we must always hear from our employers. What do they want us to do? What do they want us to know? How can we be better for them? Yes, thank you so much. We have finally come to the end of this conference 2024. Yeah, you made it. We made it together. Yes. Please give yourselves a round of applause. We made it. We have come this far. Starting yesterday and then today, and some people stayed all through. Well done, well done, well done. I pray that all the things that you have learned from the conference will yield fruits, will yield results in your life and in your career. All right, thank you so much for having us. We'll be back next year for the 2025 edition of the Career and Professionals Conference. For all of your questions, please put them down in the group, either on YouTube, on Zoom, or the WhatsApp group. Would have all of them put together, spread them for each of the speakers, and then you will get your answers. I promise you, you will surely get your answers. You will get your answers. All right. Have a lovely, lovely Workers' Day enjoyment. Please, please rest. Rest. I'm begging you. I am begging you. Please rest. Don't show up to work tomorrow exhausted. Don't go and have a late night, except it's that you have slept during the day and you're doing something in the evening. But don't show up to work tomorrow exhausted. Show up strengthened, show up refreshed, and have a lovely, lovely day. All right, everybody. From me and all of my team, I'd like to say thank you to everybody who supported, to everyone who did the graphics, the videos, the technical guys, those who helped with the online engagements, adding people to the group, sending reminders. You are all too much. All of you are just too much. God bless you for me, from my heart. God bless you. Elohim himself is your reward. He will bless you for being a support to this dream. Thank you, and God bless you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. God bless you. Thank you so very much.